He sat on a pile of gold with ale on his breath and spite in his throat. Heavy with greed, with glassy red eyes, counting his curses like stolen praise. His tower was packed with junk and bone, cheap trinkets stacked like a rusted throne. He sold his soul for a price tag grin and fed on the shame that he called a win. He raised black banners in the dawn, pointing at songs till the voices were gone. But every lie leaves a stain in stone, and every thief ends up standing alone. False flag burn, your banners turn to ash. False flag alert, the crowd has joined at last. Greed in your hands and envy in your eyes. False flag fall when the whole world rises. He hunted cards in the velvet haze, chasing bright treasure through fevered days, flipping his relics for silver and pride, while faithful friends were cast aside. He called for the chains, for the mute, for the break, for every voice he could make the world take. But the halls grew loud with the thunderous call, and neighbors stood shoulder to shoulder in fall. No crown for the man who feeds on fear, no feast for the one who poisons the year. He dragged his name through mud and fire, then found the bridge burned by his own desire. False flag burn, your banners turn to ash. False flag alert, the crowd has joined at last. Greed in your hands and envy in your eyes. False flag fall when the whole world rises. Now the masks come off in the war drum rain, and the liar hears his own name break. No throne survives when the people sing. No fraud outlives the dawn we bring. False bucket stacked like a rusted throne. He sold his soul for a price tag grin and fed on the shame that he called to win. He raised black banners in the dawn, pointing at songs till the voices were gone. But every lie leaves a stain in stone, and every thief ends up standing alone. False flag burn, your banners turn to ash. False flag learn, the crowd has joined at last. Greed in your hands and envy in your eyes. False flagger fall when the whole world rises. He hunted guards in a velvet haze, chasing bright treasure through fever days, flipping his relics for silver and pride, while faithful friends were cast aside. He called for the chains, for the mute, for the brave, for every voice he could make the world take. But the halls grew loud with a thunderous call, and neighbors stood shoulder to shoulder in fall. No crown for the man who feeds on fear, no feast for the one who poisons the year. He dragged his name through mud and fire, then found the bridge burned by his own desire. False flagger burn, your banners turn to ash. False flagger learn, the crowd has joined at last. Greed in your hands and envy in your eyes. False flagger fall when the whole world rises. Now the masks come off in the war drum rain, and the liar hears his own name break. No throne survives when the people sing. No fraud outlives the dawn we False flagger burn, your banners turn to ash. False flagger learn, the crowd has joined at last. Greed in your hands and envy in your eyes. False flagger fall when the whole world rises. In the glow of 100 screens, tactical Templar draws his steel. From thumbnail banners to comment beams, he calls the scattered to the wheel. Bite, 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 the banners rise from basement desks and kitchen floors. Writers, gamers, camera eyes, all answer now with iron roars. Hear the signal split the night, one shared vow, one burning thread. Every channel locks in tight, every brave word raised instead. Tactical Templar, lead us on. Tactical Templar, bring the dawn. We stand as one, we hold the line. 1,000
Brothers, welcome back to the show. What a glorious Sunday it is. I'm so glad to see you guys today. I hope you had a great time at church. And for those of you that didn't go to church, you definitely should. You should give it a try. Find a local church in your area. They are filled with some of the best people you will ever meet. And it's a wonderful experience. If you are somebody that struggles with meeting people in a social interaction, if you're somebody that feels apprehension, going to church to meet people and to talk to people is the absolute best place to go. Because there is virtually no risk. Because at church you can leave when you want, you can talk to who you want. Everyone there is most likely going to be very, very friendly. If you are socially awkward and you're looking to somebody to talk to, go to church. I'm not kidding. It's great. I would be totally lost without some of the incredible, incredible people that we have in our church family. So I just want to say, on this Sunday, we're going to give thanks to God for the many blessings that we have. Yes, there is always going to be a lot to go over. There's always going to be a lot to talk about. But isn't God amazing? It's incredible. Unbelievable how many blessings God has given me and so many others, and what he can do for you if you accept him into your life. I went to an online church. Online church is fine in a general sense, but an online church is not the same at all, in any way, shape, matter, or form. You want to go to an actual church where you're going to sit with people. You know, in the service, you're not talking to people, but there's usually like a meet and greet segment where, you can shake hands. You can, you can say, hi, my name is what? My name is who? But it's incredible. So I actually recommend that you do that because, listen, if I have to miss a week of church, sure, I can do an online thing. But there are too many people, like the quartering, that think that you can supplement the community and the camaraderie that comes with being a church family with an online experience, and you just can't. Tara Exodus says, I'm in the UK, our churches are mosques, prepare your armor. Absolutely, brother. I'm so glad that you're here. My channel, I am dedicating segments of my show to talk about issues in the UK. And we're going to be talking about the air conditioning crisis in the UK. It is insane to me how the UK can have a government as cucked as Labour is. They, in many ways, have restricted your ability to use air conditioning. Air conditioning is a human right, damn it. How can they possibly expect people to not use their AC? I don't get it. I don't understand what they're doing, but listen, you need to be liberated. UK, you need to be liberated. Maybe Donald Trump can do it. Maybe Donald Trump be like, all right, look, the UK has messed up so many times, but now they're taking AC and that's not acceptable. We're going to have to go in. We're going to have to arrest Keir Starmer and the Labour Party, and we're going to put him on trial. We're going to put him on big trial. Network TV, #1 ratings. Yeah, UK, you need to get your country back. It is an absolute joke. You are living through an anarcho-tyranny. You are living through an anarcho-tyranny. On one hand, the government does not enforce the laws towards the criminals. But on the other hand, they are enforcing the most ridiculous, stringent laws on the British people. No AC? Huh? It says perfect time. Jenny says, perfect timing. Next stream is done. Well, you know, yeah, that's great. No, yeah, great. I'm glad Nux had a stream. I don't schedule my stream around when Nux is streaming, but I appreciate that the timing just happened to work out. You know. Oh man, guys, it's been a good day, and I'm glad to be able to share it with you. Jenny says, Templar, I have a stupid question about the Bible, but I am genuinely curious. Does animals go to heaven or hell, or only humans be judged? So, in terms of animals, no, animals don't go to heaven. Heaven is the judgment of human beings. You know. And you know, not all dogs go to heaven. You know. Yeah, only humans go to heaven. Let's see. My pets will be with me in the afterlife. Well, no. Your pets will be with you here on earth, and you get to enjoy their company, and they get to enrich your life and your soul. But when your pets die, they die. I know, that's a heartbreaking thing, but, you know, she asked an honest question, and I'm going to give an honest answer as always. Yeah, I'm sure Jesus will supply us with pets. Absolutely. But we don't know exactly how heaven works, so I cannot say. That is true as well. That is true as well. I'm going based on what we say in the Bible and what we see in the Word, but yeah. Maybe in some form, I'm not sure. You know, with God, all things are possible. Yeah, God isn't limited by our understanding. It could be. Hey, it could be that if your soul is judged to be good, then your dog is waiting for you. Listen, with God, all things are possible. So, I'm just going based on the text. Your dog is not going to be judged. Your dog doesn't have a soul in the same way that a human has a soul. Life is technically a punishment by God for eating the apple. You know? Yeah, we all are born into sin. But you know what? Days like today, it just show that God is merciful and he is generous. You know? One and only, I think they have souls. Are we really going to get into like a philosophical discussion about if dogs or cats have souls? Dogs and cats, listen, they're your best friend. You love them, but they're animals. Okay? It's not the same. You know, I understand this may be tough to hear, but you know, Fido is your friend that you enjoy on this plane of existence, and then when you pass on, you're judged, and your soul is the one that's judged. Doyle is asking a silly question. All right. So, guys, we have a lot to go over, and I just want to prepare you, okay? I don't believe in trigger warnings, but I'm going to warn you. You are about to experience a highly concentrated dose of retardation. So, I just wanted to prepare you, okay? is a bike race on Isle of Man. People are asking some weird questions. Doyle is asking, the supreme eternal tyrant of the Grand Sith Empire. No, I'm not the supreme eternal tyrant of the Grand Sith Empire. No. It says, is TT a bike race on the Isle of Man? No. No, none of that. All right. Very, very interesting start to the day. However, let's just get into the basics, the pre-flight. So, the way that it works on my channel, let me go over donations. Donations on my channel are 100% optional. I know, that goes without saying. However, you have to say it in this day and age because people like DSP and the Quartering, they treat their audience like a piggy bank. They take them for granted. They put everything basically behind a paywall, which is why the first line in the title of the stream is 3 hours on a Sunday, which is a reference to the Quartering, basically trying to hold his audience hostage because he thought he deserved to be able to just spawn a bunch of ads. You know, sell you a bunch of coffee because he streamed for 3 hours on a Sunday. Doesn't mean anything. You guys are not obligated to donate to me or any other content creator. They're not donations are not required, but they are appreciated. They go to help the channel. They allow me to do cool things that I like to do, whether it be buying games or other things, improving the setup. It allows me to do cool shit. So if you want to contribute to the channel, great. I'd appreciate it. If you don't want to, if you can't, then don't even give it another thought. It really is that simple. You will never be forced or pressured into donating to my channel ever. It's in fact one of the golden rules. So that's how it is. And yeah, it's very, very simple. And it's a rule that I feel very strongly about. You know, I feel very strongly about the rule because I see too many content creators that play these dirty games, and that's just not what I want to do. So, if you want to be part of the conversation, if you send a $5 super chat on YouTube, it will read text to speech. So, basically, your comment will be read on screen by the text to speech voice. If you want to come on the show, you can join the Discord. You know, you can join the Discord and go into the waiting room called Waiting Room. I know. And then at a certain point in the stream, I can pull you up and we can have a conversation about the show. The TT is a bike race. Okay. It says streaming should be a hobby over a job. Good if you make that hobby a job. I think that whether you have streaming as a hobby or whether you have streaming as a job, I don't think in either scenario you should treat your audience like they owe you something. I find that many content creators, like DSP and the Quartering, they believe that they are entitled to their audience's money. And one of the issues with that is they think that anything under that purview and under that view is permissible. So if the Quartering wants to do like 3 coffee ads in an hour, then you should just accept it because he streamed for 3 hours on a Sunday. DSP looks at it and goes, well, guys, I've been opening Pokemon cards, or I've been playing this game. I'm not going to open Pokemon cards unless you donate $50. It's like, for me, I'm like, what the fuck? The only time somebody should donate to my channel is they're like, look, I like this guy. I like his content. I want to support his channel. And maybe I have a message on YouTube or something to say. That's it. It really is that simple. Roach King says, Jared is selling all kinds of stuff on Facebook Marketplace. Probably going to sell his house and Heather's plane. Yeah, I would advise him to do that. Absolutely. Here's the reality when it comes to the quartering, okay? And some people may think this is brutal, but it's the truth. The quartering does not need a house that big. He is not going to have kids, most likely. So it's just him and his wife. So, and that may not even be, it may just be him. So having a reasonably sized house where you don't have a bunch of cars or a bunch of planes, where you sell them, you downsize, you invest that money into the stock market or assets that are appreciating, you make reasonable moves. The quartering could be fine. If the quartering sells all of his junk, all of his excess garbage, and puts the money towards his future, he could be fine. But the problem is that because Jeremy didn't have a personality and he wasn't interesting, he tried to supplement that with having stuff, materialism. And he thought, I've got to have the coolest stuff or people aren't going to respect me and take me serious. Well, if you need people to take you serious because of your stuff, well, then you're kind of a joke. That's what I'm saying. It's ridiculous. So we're going to be taking a look at Jeremy's current issues. So thank you, Heinrich the Aztec American. Jared needs room for the bull and oranges. True. So thank you for the donation, Heinrich. I appreciate it, brother. Every bit counts, and I think that's amazing. Yeah, every cent donated to my channel, whether it's $1 or $2, I appreciate it. And I've explained this before, but this is actually something where there are a lot of content creators that beg for money that I have an issue with. But also, I got to be honest, when I hear people, and I understand why they do it, but when I hear people like the Kino Casino, they go, oh, DSP only made $50 this stream, or $60. I go, only? Like, I understand it's like, the quartering only made $20 because that's like his highest value. But the way I look at it is, like, $20. If I were to stream and I were to make $20, that's $20 that people have chosen to give to me that I didn't deserve. It's a benevolence. It's their generosity and their support for the channel. So whether, the way that I see it is, any donation, when you start streaming, yeah, would it be nice if somebody came in and dropped $1,000? Of course it would. But that's not a requirement, and it's not something that you should expect. You should expect to stream and get $0, and anything above that is a blessing, which is the way that I view it. So whether somebody gives me a penny or they give me $2 or $5 or $20, I think that's the proper way to look at donations, personally. That's just my opinion, but I always have trouble when, donations are used as, oh, he only got this many donations. DSP doesn't deserve any donations. The quartering doesn't deserve any donations. Every bit of it is just, it's an act of generosity and charity. Every bit of it. So it's a blessing. Anyway, I've talked about that enough. I get passionate on that topic because there's so much rot in the streamer space when it comes to that stuff. It's an endless waterfall of just pure diarrhea. And I hate it. I hate every bit of it. I hate the mentality behind it. I hate the greasiness, the grossness. You know, people have no accountability for the products that they hawk to their audience. You know, a lot of people that are better than the products that they're shilling, they come out and, you know, they put, you know, some ad out for some, you know, mediocre or inferior product. I look at that and go, that's not, yeah, I don't like that. Even my channel, as small as it is, I've gotten offers to do product reviews and stuff like that, and I've turned it all down. Believe it or not, I actually got an offer to do a microphone review, where they were going to send me a microphone if I just reviewed it, and they had this criteria, and I said, no, I'll just buy one. Yeah, you know what? On some things I'm kind of Jewish, but on other things. Anyway, guys, I'm going to warn you, the video we're about to watch, it's a little rough, okay? It's a little rough because, well, yeah, you're just going to have to see it, but I kind of want to look. Maybe I'll use Google, or not Google. Maybe I'll use X. Let me see. How much? Summer C says, I don't like it when streamers say they will do something or not if they get, yeah, that's another thing too. I agree with you. Jenny says, do you like to tip but dislike to be tipped? Do you like to tip but dislike to be tipped? I don't know. I don't know how to take that. Do you not like to? Do you like to tip? So do I like to give money and then not get it back? That's an interesting question. Yeah, I don't mind helping people out. Like if there's somebody that genuinely needs it, but dislike to be tipped. I don't dislike to be tipped. I'm grateful about every donation I get, every super chat, every donation, every gifted sub and stuff. I always appreciate every bit of that. What is your reaction to someone handling your cash for some minor help? Well, see, there we go. Creatine Christian just gifted 1 sub over on YouTube. Thank you so much, brother. See, like that is incredible generosity. That's insane. That's like somebody going, you know what? I want to support the channel. I like what this guy's doing. I don't have to do this. I'm not pressured to do this. Like there's no, yeah, I'm not going to get too much into it, but it's like somebody doing that, not because there's something in return, not because it's being paywalled, but simply because they're like, you know what? I like to support this channel. And in the meantime, somebody gets a free sub. This guy, Carcamel. I asked because I like to tip to show appreciation, but when people try to tip me, I try very. Oh, I see what you're saying. I get it. I get it. I get it. Yes, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do have an issue with that sometimes. So one example is, like, I like to, if I ever get a ride from somebody, for example, like it's very rare, but if I have to catch a ride from somebody, I'd like to offer to pay for gas, like give them money for gas. However, if I were to drive somebody and they were to offer to pay for gas, I would say, yeah, no, it's okay. You don't have to do that. So I get what you're saying now. I understand. Yes. Yeah. If I drive people, if I, were to drive somebody, if they were to offer to pay, I'd be uncomfortable. I'd be like, no, just keep your money. Just keep your money. I don't need it. So yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see, how much is port? Okay, give me 1 second. Okay. I'm asking Grok a question. When the question gets done, then I will pull. Okay, here we go. All right, guys. This is Yi2K2 says TT's channel is under attack. He needs the money to fight back against the woke left. Oh yeah, you know it. My channel is under attack. Yeah, right. That's funny. All right, let's get into it. Brothers, the fatigue is real. And when we talk about this, there is usually a negative connotation. People feel a certain type of way, they get their feelings hurt, and they get apprehensive. But here's the reality. You have a certain demographic and a certain culture of people that is comfortable with tearing down basic civilization in society, basically for nothing. Either they feel slighted in some way or inconvenienced in some way, or in this case, somebody came prepared and this person didn't. And that angered them. Literally, that's the story that we have to talk about today, where a young black woman is filming herself on public transportation, like angry. Why? Because a white girl came prepared. It was a hot day. The white girl brought a personal mini fan to cool off. And this low IQ, low impulse control animal is mad. And she's recording herself being mad. It be hot out here, and I'm fit to take this fan. Like, this woman is willing to shred up the social and societal fabric because she can't pay $5 to $10 for a personal fan. Like, there's nothing to stop this woman from going to a Walmart and buying a fan for herself. Going, oh, that's a good idea. It's hot out. You see what I'm saying? It's so unbelievable to me. This is where the fatigue comes from. It's not just the criminality. It's not just that one element. It's the attitude. It's the, I should be able to just take this from you. And to record yourself saying that. You think that's a good idea? It's hot outside, so let me whip out my phone and see that somebody else came prepared. Like, if I were blisteringly hot and I saw somebody else with a fan, doesn't matter what race they are, I'd be like, damn, that's a good idea. Let me go look at Amazon and see if I can find one. Man, maybe I should really go down to Walmart and pick one up. That sounds like a great idea. But it is this pure entitlement mentality. It is this thing of, I can take what I want, when I want, how I want, because I'm the main character. And if anyone pushes back, well, I'm going to attack them and blame racism and systemic institutions. No, it's because you're an animal. You think like an animal. An animal has no impulse control. An animal goes, I'm hungry, so I'm going to kill this other animal. But as a human being, you should have the requisite cognitive ability to say, okay, I'm hot. I see this person has a good idea. maybe I should get one of those. But when your first thought is, she's white, and so I want to beat her up and take it, that's where the fatigue comes from. The fact that you recorded this is absolutely embarrassing. These people, like this, can't think 15 minutes ahead of themselves. It says, tell me why I shouldn't just take her fan and run. That's the video.
Oh, Father. Oh, Father. Gosh. Oh, God.
So this woman is just sitting there minding her own business, not bothering anyone. This woman here sitting there, not bothering anyone. She's got a little personal fan because she thought ahead. She thought beyond 15 minutes in front of her. And this video is, tell me why I shouldn't take her fan and run. How about because that erodes the fabric of society and civilization?
Is she Tado? I just went to a White Sox game and only the brothers had fans ready. Literal devices with 3 feet tripod stands. Her own looked down on her.
Yeah.
I just spent the weekend in Savannah, Georgia. Boy, did they have some interesting specimens there. I got the fatigue bad, tired face emoji.
Yeah, I don't blame you. And here's the thing. You are not going to be able to shame people out of their opinion because, and I've talked about this before, there used to be a time where the world was based on superstition. And you would have prejudices that didn't make sense. And you were able to tear down those prejudices because you said, well, how does it make sense? How does it make sense that this person is 2/5 of this person? Like, you weren't able to justify. You weren't able to rationalize it. It was an irrational thing. And so they created an entire, vocabulary to go after this. And now we're at a place where we have access to media, we have access to evidence, and we have these people making videos like this, asking things like this, and it's baffling. It really is. You want me to tell you why you shouldn't take her things and run? Because if you wanted to go buy it, a personal portable fan typically costs $10 to $40. Now, they also say budget basic handheld fans, which that one appears to be, can be anywhere from $5 to $15. You are willing to upend civilization and society and to steal from people and to disrupt the public trust and the peace of the situation. You are willing to thrust us into being a low trust society because you couldn't be bothered to think ahead. And now that you've seen this, you can't be bothered to go out and just buy it. And that's what people are done with. Because if this woman had stolen this thing, there would be people say, well, the white girl deserved it because of systemic institutions of slavery in the past. No, that is bupkis. It is bullshit. It is cope. And people are done with it. You should have said, this is a great idea. Now I'm thinking I'm going to go get one. You could have done a wholesome, lighthearted, entertaining video being like, I'm dying of heat, and this brilliant young girl had an idea. I'm going to go buy one. The video could have been, man, I'm dying of heat, and this is a really good idea. Anyone know where I can get one of these? You could have gone on Amazon. You could have looked at Walmart. But this situation is one of many where we see a fundamental disconnect. This woman who is recording this is incompatible with Western values.
Alright, so here's the video, just so you can see it's the same video. We have the white woman with the fan. The black woman says she's going to take that fan and run. You can tell she looks probably pretty serious about this. Let's just see what the comments have to say. Wouldn't be surprised if you did. Just look how many likes this has. 136,000 likes. Then we got not even hiding it anymore. I knew the comments were going to be like this. I just knew. Well. The fatigue is so real. Notice a pattern. So it looks like the comments are all pretty upset with this kind of behavior and just kind of tired of it because they're tired of being on guard in public.
Yeah. Yeah. You have this girl. She's not doing anything. She's on her phone, minding her business. She's hot herself. She thought ahead. Who knows where she's going? Could be to school, could be to work. But then you got this ugly animal that looks at her and goes, I'm gonna take that. This fat, ugly animal is sitting there with zero impulse control. We're talking like 60 IQ. And the thing is, people have had enough. There is no reason that we have to live in a society like this. None. There is no upside to having these people in the country. People like her that have that mindset. They should find her for this post and denaturalize, deport her. Get her the fuck out of the country. Whatever country she's in, get her out. Why do people have to endure this? Now, this goes back to a conversation that I've said. If you're white, I don't think that you should sit comfortably the way that this girl is with headphones in. I think that you should either have your back to the window so that you can see the full view of the bus, or sit at the back of the bus so that nobody can just run and jump you and hit you and take your stuff. That's an unfortunate reality, but it is what it is. And so I hope that people understand. One of the reasons why you will never get like a Wakanda in Africa is because there is a mentality like this that exists over there that no matter how much money you pour into it, it's going to be much the same. So there's not going to be a cohesive, overarching, beautiful Mecca paradise over in the midst of sub-Saharan Africa like Wakanda, where things are flying and they're engineering their way to out of the solar system. It's just a reality. And I'm here to tell you, whether you like it or not, that people are paying attention, people are noticing, and there's going to be a certain point, and I've warned about this. There's going to be a certain point where there's going to be a candidate, there's going to be a politician that runs on, we don't have to put up with this. We can deport all these people. We can get them out of the country. There's going to be a time. It may not be for the next 10 years, may not be for 15 years, but there's going to be somebody in our lifetime that comes along that says, I have a solution. And all of it because people just can't be reasonable. I'm the only person, it seems, that wants to live in a civil society where everyone gets along. Seems that everyone has it out to try to make things worse. But I would very much like for people to get along, for this stuff not to happen, for this to be a wholesome video. But yeah, you betcha the comments are ragging on this woman. Of course they are. How could you imagine they wouldn't be? Because, yeah, people are tired of this. People are looking at this and going, damn, how is it that this group of people, no matter where they go, causes these sort of problems? And of course it's not all. Nobody is saying all, but too many. So, you look at this and you go, damn, like this is an ongoing, reoccurring thing, and we want it to stop. So, one of the ways you can do that is deportation, create stricter laws, to put people like this in jail. But I mean, if we want a high trust society, you have to be able to create a system where people can go on a bus and public transportation and somebody isn't looking to record themselves talking about stealing their stuff and assaulting them and taking it. That's the bare minimum. If I were the Trump administration, I'd arrest this woman and make an example of her. I'd make her life a living hell as an example. If you're stupid enough to film yourself talking about committing crimes and talking about stealing and making public transportation unsafe, we're going to put you in jail for a long time. Anyway, that's what I had to say on this topic. I want to thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you next time. Okay. All right, let me upload this real quick. Let's see. Okay. All right. Let me get that up, and then we will move on. Okay. We have you heard about the shopping cart theory? No, I don't think I have. What is the shopping cart theory? Okay. This. Okay. All right, we're gonna do the UK story. Just give me Give me 1 second to see if I can't find another. Okay, yeah, that's great. That is great. Yeah, I wanted to get that one in. Let me make sure I got. Wait, is that true? Is that true? He claims for more than 175,000 lives. What the heck? Is that true? And they don't have AC in the buses. Dang, that's brutal. That's absolutely diabolical. That's disgusting. Can you believe that? Oh, you got a license for that air conditioning? Oi, you got a license for that? Okay, here's a funny story. Okay, This is going to be on the... All right, welcome back to the brief excursion. Guys, this is going to be a more lighthearted and funny video I just wanted to share with you today. So, have you ever tried to get your card out of an ATM and you're just not having very much luck? You know, you put the card into the ATM, but, you know, your fingers, you just can't get to it. Well, this person had that exact problem because they had these extremely long ghetto nails. Okay, that is pretty dang funny. Let's watch it again. You have these ridiculous, stupid-looking nails, and you can't... Oh, man, that's fantastic. Let's take a look at some of the comments. Disgusting. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah. So, anyway, you know, there are tons of comments on this. This has been seen over 500,000 times. But, guys, it's just, it's too funny. I want you gotta carry tweezers. Oh man, look at her try to get that thing out. Oh man, that is so funny. Oh gosh, that's so funny. Anyway, all right. Well, we're not going to take too much of your time. I just thought it was particularly hysterical. And yeah, that's going to do it for this episode of The Brief Excursion. I want to thank you for watching. Hopefully this made your day a little bit better with a laugh. Let me know in the comment section below. Thanks, guys, for watching, and I'll see you next time. Okay. Okay, let's see. Brief. Let's see. Brief. T. Okay. You got that? All right. I wanted to cover that very quickly. I think it's more funny than anything. But, you know, a little bit of lighthearted stuff is not bad. A little bit of lighthearted stuff is not bad. Okay. Brothers, scalpers in general are a plague on our civilization and society. However, there are levels to this shit. And when you talk about a scalper, you go, oh, that person's gross. But if you add a single word before scalper, you transform that into another monster altogether. And the word that I'm talking about is Pokemon. Pokemon scalpers are the most disgusting, low IQ, low impulse control, homunculus freaks on the planet. It is unbelievable to me the way that these people behave over a little bit of cardboard. Because in their mind, they're thinking, I'm going to get this and I'm going to make a fortune. But they don't make a fortune. They don't. They nickel and dime and get a little bit of extra money. But it is insane the way that this entire card game has been morphed to the point now where you've got people like DSP and the Quartering spending a fortune themselves to get these cards that are likely repackaged, likely resealed. All to put it out there that, oh, I'm going to open these card packs and they're really expensive. So many people have ruined the Pokemon trading card game. It is insane. Well, we've got a video for you today of a Psycho Pokemon Scalper, which is a, you don't need to add Psycho on top of Pokemon Scalper. It's just sort of implied in the name. Wanted all the stock for herself and didn't want anyone else to get any cards.
Dude, you can't get in front of me. No, you went in front of me though. But you went in front of me and those were mine. I have 2 hands. Don't play with me. Don't play with me. You don't need all 5. No, you're right. I'll be nice, okay? No, because that upset me. Don't upset me. That was very rude. Now I'm gonna pull you.
That might as well go ahead. Why y'all waiting?
I know how to
It don't
count.
go
Don't
like that.
interrupt. 1, 2, buckle, motherfucking shit. Damn. Yeah, well that was very rude. You like, look. 1. Okay. Yeah. All right, you're good. 2.
But I just standing there just letting her take all the shit.
But that's called a line, dude.
Yeah, but you have to move though. You can't
I don't
stand
need to
right
move,
there.
says who?
They let you do that. Not one.
Yeah. So basically, yet again, oh gosh. So these people are animals. They cannot function as the way that human beings can function. There is something defective in their fucking brain. And I'm telling you, the solution for this, the final solution for this, is to use these videos to track these people down and wait until it's nighttime and break down their door and to drag them and put them in jail. And you put them in jail for a long time. You remove them from civilization. There is no reason that you could ever explain to me why civilization should have to endure people like this and other people that we've looked at. There's no reason. This person is a menace to civilization. This person is acting this way, stealing all these children's card games. Hey, this is a thing for kids. Gonna steal the whole thing. Gonna, try to make somebody's like, get a fight over it. The guy just wanted to grab 1 box. Who the fuck cares? Give him the box. Give him something. Like, you are a lowlife. And if the police don't want to do anything, like in this case, when she touches him, not, well, we don't want violence, but like in this case,
Dude. You can't get in front of me. No, you went in front of me though. But you went in front of me and those were mine. I have 2 hands.
he shouldn't have given it to her. He should have put it in his own cart. And if she touches him, knock her ass out. And give the Pokemon cards to anyone else around there. We are at a place now where the fabric of civil society is breaking down over fucking Pokemon cards. Are you for real? This is so absurd. It's so stupid. All this over Pokemon cards. Poop. Her cart just got yeeted. Like, it should. I would have taken shit out of her cart. Yeah. Yeah, grab some of this shit. Yeah, don't let her check out. Call security, say that she assaulted you. It's on screen. But unbelievable. It says they should have played with her. It should just grab banned better than her getting the band. She looks like a straight crackhead. Y'all know she ain't paying for any of that yet, right? Snatch the whole cart. Probably she wants all of them. Yeah, just take the cart. Yeah, if you're going to act that way, it's unreal. One person cleared out the machine. Out. Sold out. Now, here's what I think that the Pokemon Company needs to do. I think the Pokemon Company needs to ramp up production and make the stock that these scalpers have to be absolutely worthless. It is insane to me that these people are able to create this market scarcity. Just basically destroy it. You're not going to be able to keep these people from, buying multiple. So then just flood the market. Make what they have absolutely worthless. It is so disgusting to watch this. And by the way, this isn't the first time or the second time or even the 50th time. There have been so many videos demonstrating that people are willing and able to steal these things. It's stealing because you know what you're doing. Like she goes, well, I was the first in line, so I get all of them. What? You're the first in line, so you get everyone? No. Now, if she had bought like 5 or 6 of them, you're like, okay, whatever. And everyone can get one. Like, listen, if I were in her position, I'm some lowlife. Like, I'd be like, do you want one? Like I, if I'm that far gone. Because if people are recording, you're like, okay, here, sure. You want to try to be in this position because you are such a scum-sucking lowlife. You want to at least pretend to be a nice person. Because not only is what you're doing wrong, but your behavior on top of that, get the fuck out of here. Like, seriously, that is so insane to me that sort of behavior is tolerated and that the stores don't do more to put a stop to that. Now, I know that they got more important things to do, but apparently in this day and age, if we're not going to throw these people in jail, well, we got to have corporations and police acting like adult daycare. And in that case, you gotta put somebody there when the Pokemon stuff comes out that's, basically going to give it to them one at a time. Because there's no reason that guy should ever have to put his hands up. Like, I'm not fighting you, I'm not touching you, over Pokemon cards. As insane. Genuinely insane. So, anyway. That's going to do it for this video, guys. I'm so sick of these people. I'm so sick of this attitude. The Pokemon cards is just one more facet of how society is breaking down, and you have these people that just have no decorum and no respect, and they don't give a shit about the rule of law. They don't give a shit about decorum and being reasonable. It's just everyone's out for themselves, just this greed and avarice. I find it to be disgraceful. Anyway, that's going to do it. I want to thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. All right. Okay. Okay, maybe is rather than was. Okay, got that. Is a okay. All right. How about, let's see. Why does TT ask me silly questions about off-topic things all the time? I do not. That is a projection. That is a projection. It's fake news. Totally fake news. Okay. Let's talk about the UK is so busted. Good gosh. Silly questions can sometimes be great. Sometimes they can be fun, yeah. Okay, let me see here. All right, we're going to be talking about ACs in Japan. We're going to be talking about air conditioners. Because this is a huge deal. Oh, here we go. You're about to say it, aren't you, about what happened? Doyle is telling somebody to donate $500. I appreciate your enthusiasm, Doyle, but that's not going to happen. All I can think to myself is that was somebody's future wife, and now she's gone forever because of misplaced sympathy. Wait, who? What? Huh? What? Oh, you're talking about the AC thing. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to talk about the... What were you talking about? That sounds interesting. I don't know what is that. That was somebody's future wife. Doyle says, I'm trying to donate $500, but it's not working. I'm sure. I'm sure, brother. Yeah. I'm sure. You know what? I'm counting on that now. I'm counting on that. Guys, Doyle is donating $500. Yeah, I don't get the context. I don't know. Brothers, the UK is not having a very good time right now. We just got done going over the UK grooming gang report, which was absolutely monstrous and barbaric, where the UK government, law enforcement, NHS, you had a lot of these institutions that were running defense and cover for these mostly Pakistani Muslim groomers and rapists that were doing these unspeakable things to these white girls because the Muslim faith, according to these people, says, well, if we're doing this to white girls or people that are not Muslim, then it's not as bad or it's okay. And it's actually pretty disgusting on so many levels. But we just got done with that. And now the UK is like, no. We want to make things even worse for you. Now we're going to basically put a kibosh on air conditioners. That's right. So Britons ordered to remove air conditioning from homes in 40 Celsius heat under net zero crackdown. That's right. The people of the UK are no longer allowed to have air conditioners. Mind-blowingly stupid. Like, evil. There are people that die of heat stroke. And apparently, they don't have AC in their cars either. Like, this is so insane to me. We need, listen, as Americans, we have Donald Trump in the White House. We need to invade the UK, all right? We need to save them. They are being occupied right now by an evil enemy force. They're not allowed to have AC when their daughters that are white are groomed and, defiled by these animals that have been left in. They're told, you're the problem now. This is an enemy-occupied country, and we need to go in, and we need to use our military and our sanctions. We need to declare the UK an enemy of the United States. We need to do this. How could you possibly treat your citizens like this and expect us to do anything other? You are doing something that is unusually cruel. You are putting people's lives at risk in the name of this climate cult. So, we need to do something about this. This is insane. Now, honestly, is anything going to be done from our end? No. But it says, UK issues extreme heat warning as temperatures set to hit 39 Celsius. That's 102 degrees Fahrenheit. 102 degrees. There's a heat wave. Oh, by the way, turn off all your ACs. If you don't turn in your... I hear you are hiding an AC unit under your floorboards. We are going to send in our jackboot thugs to make sure you're not hiding in air conditioning. In your house, it is awfully cool. Are you hiding an AC unit under your floorboards? Get the fuck out of here. Like, this is so insane. A bus driver in France crashed out because he fainted due to the heat. So it's also in France. What is happening in Europe? So apparently this says heat claims more than 175,000 lives annually in Europe. Ladies, 175,000 lives are lost due to heat. We have the technology.
The gas. So let me tell you how unprepared the UK was for this heat wave. So I got this car like 3 months ago. So I didn't use the AC for the first 2 months. And the last 2 weeks I thought like, it's really hot now. It's finally time to turn the AC on. I turned the AC on and it wasn't cooling. So as any other normal person would think, I thought maybe the gas has leaked. I need to refill the gas. So I booked it with the mechanic. I gave my car in. I went after 1 hour. I asked them if the car is okay. And the guy said, where do you want me to refill the gas? There's no AC in your car. I was like, what do you mean there's no AC in the car? He was like, your car was manufactured without AC? No, that can't be true. Even Maruti 800 in India had AC, man. That's such a old car. He opened the Google and he showed me in UK, some brands made cars in specific years. There's just heater and fan in it. And I'm like, shit. Now I'm stuck with this car in this heat, and you can't even install the AC if it doesn't come with it because there's no space in the bonnet. They haven't given enough space. Oh my God. Comment down below and let me know if you're hearing this for the first time in your life.
That's insane.
Let me tell you.
That's insane. Your car doesn't have AC? Why? We have the technology. Like, this is nuts. Oh, and by the way, diabolical, okay? The Chinese and the Japanese, they're posting pictures and videos of, listen to this. This is going to blow your mind. Over the past, I'd say probably 24 to 48 hours, there have been videos that pop up from China and Japan where they are showing what they use their AC for. That's right! The pigs get AC! The pigs get air conditioning! The pigs! But not the citizens of the UK. Oi! You got a license for that AC? You got a license for that? It's outrageous. It's unfair. They do not have any respect for their citizenry. They have no respect for the people over there. And you know what? Let me repeat something. I think what you need to do when you take your country back, you need to start executing some of these people that made these decisions that have resulted in the lives of people from Britain being lost. You need to start capital punishment charges. You need a Nuremberg style trial. You need to start frog marching people in front of a court of people that are there that decide thumbs up, thumbs down. And thumbs down, you're going to the gallows. There have been so many people that have betrayed the basic citizens of the UK. You can't have an AC unit. Do you think that the king is going to go without AC? You think that the people that put that into place, you think they're going to go without AC? You think the rich are going to go without AC? No, only the working man, only the poorest. They're going to go without AC. You need to take your country back. It's unbelievable to me. How can you possibly be banning AC during a heat wave? It's because you haven't treated the people in your government as the enemies that they are yet. You're coming around, but not enough people have. I thought the grooming gangs would be enough, but now it's evidently clear that your country, the government, hates you. Unbelievable. Anyway, we're going to jump over here. We're going to jump over here and watch a video from your boy Asmongold.
As a Palm Springs resident, if you put a solar panel on your roof, what does it matter if you want to run the AC? This climate change movement is nuts.
Yeah, it is nuts. Well, the thing is, climate change is about control. It's always been about control. They want to control what you do. So you need to counter that and control when you send them to the gallows. That's the control that you need to... Okay, we're going to send you to the gallows now. Like, that's the control that you need to reassert in the UK and in Europe. You should not ever buy into this climate nonsense ever again.
Okay, let me look at it. The European Commission literally shut off air conditioning, but only for floors 1 through 7, where the people of lower rank work.
Of course. Of course.
The European Commission headquarters was forced to shut down its air conditioning system on Friday due to the heat wave. Staff received a text at midday reading, due to extreme weather conditions, forced shutdown of air cooling system from floor 1 to 7 for the...
Yeah. Oh, the peasants can suffer. They can cook in the heat. But the upper echelon, they're not gonna turn off their AC.
Rest of the day. The 13-story building is home to the commission president, Ursula von Who Gives a Fuck. It's that blonde bitch. Von der Leyen works on the 13th floor, and most of her commissioners' offices are housed on floors 8 and above. In a more righteous time, this would be grounds for a revolution. There's a whole viral discourse on Twitter. Europeans don't want to buy AC. They would rather die. My embarrassing poverty tier solution to this heat, I could absolutely afford one of those portable AC units. But at this point, it's... You know what? We need to stop giving aid to Haiti and to Somalia, and we need to start giving aid to Europe. These are our heritage brothers, and they're literally being burned alive. Please, please, no.
Oh, that's nice.
Look at his voice.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh, that's nice. You have no idea. You don't even understand what you're missing out on. Just so you know, this increases the room's heat capacity. This directly makes the room hotter. I didn't know that. Do you want to know why I didn't know that? Because I have air conditioning. So I'm learning new things about heat distribution from Europeans. I never needed to know that.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh, that's nice. Ask Google heat-related deaths in US versus EU. I'm gonna just do Grok. The amount of heat deaths in America are 1,000 to 2,000. The amount of heat deaths in Europe are 61,000 to 67,000. Oh my God. More than gun deaths? Yeah, how many gun deaths? So let me get this straight. Over there in Europe, have been talking shit about us being a lawless country with a bunch of gun deaths. And we lose to bullets and you lose to air. You have...
Yes! 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 I've been... Oh my gosh. Yes! These people in the UK are fucking retarded. Yes! You have accepted the invasion of your country. You have accepted the slop. You've accepted they've taken your guns. They've taken your rights. They've taken the innocence of a lot of your young girls. They've imported people to replace you. These violent third world animals. And at the same time, they're killing you with this heat wave by taking away your AC. Meanwhile, more people die in your country. More people die in your country of heat-related deaths than die of gun deaths in the U.S. I know where I would rather be. The UK has fallen. We need to liberate the UK. Okay? They have fallen under hard times. Socialism, communism. We need to do something. We need to go to war with the UK to liberate them. This is a war to liberate the UK from the evils of communism and socialism. 44,000 people. 44,000 people. It says total gun-related deaths, 44,000. How many was it again for? How many was it again for the UK? Oh, let's see. Average is 60,000 per year. An average of 60,000 per year die of heat-related deaths.
1,000 to 67,000. Oh my God. More than gun deaths? Yeah, how many gun deaths? So let me get this straight. Over there in Europe, have been talking shit about us being a lawless country with a bunch of gun deaths. And we lose to bullets and you lose to air. You have more people dying to fucking not having air conditioning than we have dying to guns. You need an amendment, not for guns, but for air conditioning. You need an air conditioning amendment. Ooh, you're not gonna like this. How many Birdmans are we gonna get in chat now?
Motherfucker, do you know who I am? You're looking at the #1 Blanca player on PlayStation in the world.
Europe has the highest per capita rate of heat deaths globally.
By the way, I literally went to check myself because I couldn't believe Europe could have a higher heat death rate than places like Africa or even India. But it makes sense. Those regions have way younger populations, and Europe is full of old people with almost no air conditioning in homes built to trap heat rather than release it. That combination is what makes it so deadly.
And we even have fat people here.
True.
And fat people overheat really fast.
True, but we got AC. We may have fat people, Asman, but we have AC. It keeps the fat people nice and cool. You know what? In fact, you know what I'm going to do right now? You know what I'm going to do right now? In honor of this video, I am going to, with my phone, I just turned on my air conditioner. I just turned on my air conditioner with my phone. Do you know why? Because I'm an American and I can do that. And in the US, if any politician dared to outlaw AC, can you imagine? Can you imagine the revolution we would have if the Democrats were like, we're outlawing AC, we're outlawing air conditioning? Anyway, this is very sad. I know that I've made light of it a little bit, but it's actually very sad. It is. It's extremely sad. You have people that are literally dying over something as avoidable as the heat. All cars in the UK and Europe should have AC. All houses in the UK should have AC. It is unthinkable. Unthinkable that you would look at these numbers and not do anything about it. Reno Lindy says, my pool has a chiller. I put it in last year. Talk about capitalist waste. It's from free energy from solar panels. Yeah. Yeah. So you have solar panels that you can install that it isn't even, oh guys, we want to be carbon neutral. No, but it's taking energy and using it on AC because we don't want the chemicals in the AC unit to be released into the environment, so we have to let people die. Socialist Europe, guys, it is evil. Europe is under attack. We need to come together and say, all right, look, we are not going to allow you to die of heat stroke anymore. What we need to do is we need to fly planes over the UK and we need to parachute in some AC units, okay? We'll call it Operation Cool Drop. But you have people dying of heat stroke that is avoidable. Easily avoidable. Just let people have an AC unit. Holy shit. What is wrong with you? You know it's bad when you have more heat-related deaths. When you have more heat-related deaths than Africa, you have fucked up in a colossal way. And every politician, every judge, every person that knew this was going to happen and allowed it to fester to this point, that person needs to be tried and executed under the state as a traitor. You need to start getting serious. If we were a serious world and this were a serious country, the UK was, if they were serious, they would start executing these people for their treasonous attitudes and actions against the people of the UK. It is outrageous that you have people dying. You literally have people dying over stuff like this. It's disgusting. Anyway, that's going to do it for this video. I'm going to thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. Okay, guys. Let me get this uploaded, and then you know what we're going to do? We are going to cover the quartering. That's right, we're going to cover the quartering. If ozone holes didn't happen from time to time, the Earth would heat up. It's an interesting take. Let's see. Let's see. There's a major Janae says, I'm heading out. Have a good night. Have a good night to you too. God bless you. God be with you. Thank you for all your support. Thank you for being part of the brotherhood, even though you're not a brother. I appreciate it. Have a great night. Why do leftists hate us? Well, because they hate themselves and they hate everything.
Could you imagine being so dumb and prideful that you'd rather die of heat stroke than let people buy an AC so they don't die?
It's pretty shocking, isn't it? Pretty unbelievably shocking, isn't it? That there are people that are so wrapped up in their cult, that are so obsessed with their ideology that they are willing to let people die. Pretty unbelievable. Pretty unbelievable. Let's see. Thank you for your donation, Type 2 Zeta. I appreciate it, brother. That's a mighty generous donation. I just realized I am a long-term troll who is a fan. That's true. You are a long-term troll. And I don't know, maybe you became a fan somewhere along the way. You know? Hey, you know what? We'll take it. We will take it. I want to lay out my do you ever want to what's this? Host a stream this weekend. The Ethics of Snarking in addition. Heinrich with a $2 donation. Meanwhile, China, India open 100 more coal plants. True. Freakman420 says, how many? How many what? Freakman420 just asked how many. And I don't know what he is talking about. That's okay. It says, okay, I'm going to read this. I want to host a stream this weekend discussing the ethics of snarking. In addition to the thread, the tweet thread, currently working to lay out my thoughts on the topic. How many shots in? This is a stupid question. I'd like to invite people to join the discussion. I'll be sending DMs to certain people. Tag. Okay. Okay. Climate crisis is a wealth redistribution on a global scale. I agree with you. I do. I agree with you. I do think it's redistribution. I think it's control. I think it's just genuinely awful. I do. I think it's genuinely awful. Let's see. Okay, give me 1 moment. Jewish PC make an OnlyFans. Brother, I don't think my PC is going to make an OnlyFans. I'm pretty confident that's not going to happen. Okay. All right. So let's jump into the quartering. We're going to jump into the quartering segment. Brothers, we haven't been covering the quartering quite so much. You know, I think that it's just that he's so boring that it's really hard to keep up with constantly humiliating him and exposing all of his wrongdoing because the guy is just such a drain on your energy. But the quartering could be in some actual legal trouble. And we're going to take a look at this video from Luther Morgan that has to do with analyzing just how the quartering could have found himself in a little bit of hot water because of his mislabeling and his lying. You know, trying to say that his Kona coffee was, 100% Kona coffee instead of a Kona blend. Now, apparently in the coffee world, that's a big deal. And you can understand why. There are other foods that are sort of like that, where they come from a certain place, they have a certain pedigree, and if you misrepresent it, then you are basically committing fraud. You're committing fraud. So we're going to take a look at this video from Luther Morgan about the quartering's Kona coffee scam. Now, at this point, we don't know for sure if it's blended or not blended, but this video is likely going to show us if it is blended or if it is 100%. Now, I hope for the quartering's sake, it's 100% because the bag says 100%. But it just goes to show you, the importance. If you're going to run a food-related product to, they say dot your T's and cross your I's. Cross your T's and dot your I's. But to basically make sure that you've done your due diligence. When it comes to food-related items, these are things that people ingest, and there are a lot of people that take it seriously. Now, Jeremy from the quartering treats it as, oh, well, these people are trolls, so I don't have to take it seriously. Well, the government does take it very seriously. Now, the quartering is right in one respect, that if you sell plain coffee, you don't have to. It says, it may be too late for Jeremy at this point. Well, thank you, Renal MD, celebrating 9 months of membership. I appreciate it. Appreciate it, brother. It may be too late for the quartering at this point. It may well be. It may very well be. We're going to see. We're going to take a look at this video. But when it comes to food-related products, it's important to get it right. You've got to label things. And the quartering is right that regular black coffee, you don't have to list the ingredients, but the quartering sells flavored coffees. And for flavored coffees, you do. You need to say where the coffee is coming from, where the coffee is, I don't think you have to say where it's ground, but you have to say where the beans are coming from. Where is your food coming from? I think it's a very valid and reasonable question, but one that the quartering has been avoiding because I think he's embarrassed, partially, but also he thinks, well, I don't have to tell these trolls because they're not going to buy it anyway.
And more on tonight's Unsolved Mysteries.
Welcome to Part 5 of Unsolved Coffee and the ongoing investigation into coffee brand coffee, as well as debunking some of the lies that Jeremy is trying to spread. When I started this investigation in Part 1, the video that Jeremy tried to suppress, I never thought that so many other people would be so interested. So many other creators have started looking into Jeremy's shady businesses, and some of them will be featured in this video. So we begin the video by talking about Jer's tweets on coffee brand coffee. I want people to keep this in mind. Whenever Jeremy talks about the success of coffee brand coffee, that's how you know the business is failing. The more he touts the business as successful, the more trouble the business is actually in. People who run successful businesses don't need to tell you how good things are. They don't have that insecurity. And please keep in mind, looking like a successful business is more important than being a successful business. So let's take a look at this tweet from Brad Cool Unlimited. And Jeremy is still doing these creepy weasel cuck emails, pining after buyers to try and buy more. He's been doing this for years. So this is Jer's big effort post about coffee brand coffee that caught a lot.
Now, one thing that I want to talk about is something that Luther Morgan just said, and that is that the appearance of having a successful business is more important than actually having one. Because for Jeremy, everything is optics. You need to understand, everything is optics. The reason why he buys the biggest house when it's just him and his wife, he doesn't need it. The reason why he buys like 1, 2, 3 planes, the reason why he buys multiples of stuff, the reason why he goes, oh, I want a gun, I'm going to get the most expensive one, the most decked out one, is not because he actually wants to use it or find enjoyment, but Jeremy's enjoyment comes from having material stuff and just having it. Not using it, but just having it because he wants to be able to brag to people like Steven Crowder and Tim Pool. That's what he wants. He wants to have the stuff that the people that he thinks have made it have, because that means that he has made it as well. That's why the quartering is so obsessed with perception. Rather than being an actual good person and doing good and having a stable, successful business, he would rather you just think he did. And that's why he treats this stuff with such little regard, because for him, it's not about seriously owning a coffee company. It's not about running a successful channel. He doesn't care about the money. He just cares about the accumulation of the money, because it means that is a status symbol. Because the quartering is boring. The quartering doesn't have the ability to exist in an ecosystem where other people are also competing. The only reason the quartering was successful in the first place was because everyone else on the market was taken off by YouTube. They decided that they were going to take the product off, take these competitors off the market because they were too right-wing, they were too edgy, and that's where the quartering stepped in. Now, the quartering got out-grifted by Tim Pool, and Tim Pool did it better than the quartering, and that's one of the reasons why the quartering has been so obsessed with Tim Pool, is because he has this burning, seething resentment that Tim Pool was able to take the place that the quartering thinks that he is owed and that he deserves. But we're seeing what the quartering actually deserves, which is to sell off all of his stuff and be exposed as the fraud that he is.
A lot of people's attention last week, and I guarantee you that he used ChatGPT or Grok to help him write it, because some words appear in different spellings, like Walmart and Walmart are spelled differently. There are also paragraphs that say the same thing. I mean, the first paragraph basically says the same thing as the fourth paragraph, and the third paragraph is basically saying the same thing as the fifth paragraph. So let's get into what it actually says. So I'm super proud of our team at Coffee Brand Coffee. We could have went the cheap max profit route, cringe political branding, mid-tier beans, and a short lifespan. Instead, we went to the make no money for years and build an actual apolitical brand route. Now, this is 100% false, because the only place that you'll see Coffee Brand Coffee being shilled or marketed is on the quartering channel. And the quartering is a...
True. Yeah, the only place that you're seeing Coffee Brand Coffee is on the quartering channel. And not even that as much anymore.
Political channel, whether he likes to admit it or not. If it was a non-political coffee brand, why is there not creators who have nothing to do with politics involved? Why isn't it at coffee trade shows? Why isn't it at the local farmers market? It doesn't make any sense. We're closing in on 4 years in business. I own 100% of the company. Now, I'm very...
That is a good point. I don't know why he doesn't do something at a local farmers market or, try to get in good with local businesses. It just seems like he has no motivation for this, because it's a drop-shipped company. And it's something that he doesn't really want to put a lot of effort into.
He's confused as to why he would feel the need to say that. And I think it was a response to something that I had said in the last episode of Unsolved Coffee Part 4, where we talked about my theory that he either merged or bought out Meta PCs and Player One Coffee and so forth. Now, I've never claimed that he doesn't own 100% of the company. I mean, I think he does own 100% because it's a complete failure. If he had business partners, they could have steered the company in a better direction. And have dozens of staff that make the system go. Now, we're going to come back to this dozens of staff claim at the tail end of the video, where I go over how Jeremy may be possibly breaking labor laws. If that's true, if he does have dozens of staff, we'll be able to find his company. So stay tuned for that, and have our product in the shelves of Walmart.
He may be breaking labor laws. He may be getting fined or going to jail. Here, let me do the little bell. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if the quartering was done in by his coffee brand coffee and ended up going to jail? Oh my God. Oh, that is crazy. Yeah. If coffee brand coffee is the thing that does them in. And here's the thing. People still aren't talking about his prior scams. They're not talking about Kamikoto knives and established titles and stuff like that were just literal scam companies that he was pawning on his audience. But it's like, if this is the thing that does him in, he's violating labor laws. You know? Yeah, watch Coffee Brand Coffee is located in China. That at the end of this, if we found out the Coffee Brand Coffee was located in China, that would just be so funny. That would be genuinely funny.
We're dominating on Amazon. So again, another lie. People have already fact-checked this, that his coffee sells between like 50 bags a month to maybe 100 bags a month. And other companies like Bones Coffee, they sell hundreds or thousands per month. And they just put in a massive new sales channel to help drive down costs. Not going to happen. Yeah, he misspelled yeah. We could have made a lot of cash on Liberal Tears blend, so why didn't you? Why didn't you make a Liberal Tears blend? You know, you could have run two coffee companies at the same time. You could have run your cringe political brand at the same time you run an apolitical brand. Just have nothing to do with it. Just you're a shadow partner. And stuff like that was not the goal, simply to extract cash from viewers. Sorry, every time I read that, I laugh a little bit because it was obviously a goal was to simply extract cash. It was to focus on quality.
Says, did the quartering ever push any digital coins or NFTs? No, but that's probably because the quartering didn't know how to do it. If the quartering did know how to do it, if somebody had approached the quartering and taught him how to do like quarter coins, hey, you want to get in on quarter coin? The quartering probably would have done it. Just being honest.
That's a lie. He's never disclosed where the coffee comes from. For all we know, with repackaged Folgers with some extra flavoring on it, we have no idea where it's come from. Customer service, he has some of the worst customer service. I've sent him certified mail, multiple emails. He's never responded to me, and consistently. Well, it's not consistent because you can't even get the coffee packaging correctly, and we'll get into that. Now, we're about to have ownership in all aspects of fulfillment. I don't actually know what he means by this. I'm guessing he's probably going to scale back fulfillment even more. So it's going to be, he's going to get the coffee shipped to his garage, and then him and his wife are going to be driving the coffee packaging to the local post office and mailing it out. That's technically ownership of all aspects of fulfillment. And we unlock grocery by fall. So as you can see, he uses the word unlock, unlocking, and unlock retail shelves. He uses that same phrase multiple times, which I thought was very interesting. And we won't make it on Walmart shelves, but unlocking that volume will open up so many more amazing opportunities. It won't, because you could have as many volume as you want. If you can't sell it, it doesn't matter how much volume you have.
True. And the quartering has bitched about Amazon. Do you think Walmart is any better than Amazon? Let me just rip off the Band-Aid quartering. Walmart is not any better than Amazon when it comes to the fees that they charge you, the percentage that they take, and here's the thing. Walmart and Amazon, they are always pushing you to lower prices. They're always pushing you to lower the price. Lower the price, lower the price, lower the price, lower the price. Hey, there's a Walmart daily deal. You want to be part of it? Well, you got to lower the price by this. There's an Amazon Prime deal. Oh, you want to be part of it? You got to lower it by this. They're always trying to nickel and dime you. So if you were to get into, because the quartering says he makes $1 per bag of coffee. I don't believe that's true, but that's what he says. If he were to do that, the entirety, and I mean the entirety of his profit margin would be gone.
You could be making 1 million bags a year, but if you only sell 50 on Amazon, it's a failure. The coffee market is as saturated and competitive as it gets. Thanks to fanatical support of my viewers, we're unlocking a real opportunity. So here we have a contradiction in terms, where he says that this is a totally apolitical route and it's going to grow. It's not just a influencer coffee. It's like, well, if it's not a YouTuber coffee, why do you need any support of fans? It doesn't make any sense, because if the only people buying it are the fanatical fans, if that's the driving force, it is a YouTuber coffee by definition. Anyway, I'm so excited for the next 90 days. If things fall right, you'll be able to pick up our products in your local grocery stores before the end of the year. Well, no, that's not going to happen. I'm so humbled and so thankful for all of you, and there is zero chance we will force our way into this market. I think he had a Freudian slip here. I think he means there's a zero chance we won't be able to do it without people helping us along. But yeah, there's a zero chance you'll be able to get into the market. I agree. And now we're not just nipping at heels. We're becoming an undeniable force. Now, this is definitely a sentence possibly that Brock wrote, because it doesn't make any sense. And nipping at heels. Whose heels are you nipping at?
I think that's a typo. I think he says we're becoming an undeniable force. I think he meant to say farce, but he said force.
And then when you say becoming an undeniable force, what? An undeniable force for what? I mean, failure to comply with regulations? Doesn't make any sense, folks. And the other puzzling thing about this tweet, a unsolved coffee mystery, if you will, is why wasn't this tweet made on the official Coffee Brand Coffee Twitter account? You know, so if you look at their Twitter account here, the last time that they ever said
they did
anything was January of 2025.
Oof. January 2025. So much for supporting Elon, huh?
So they haven't posted a tweet in a year and a half. I mean, if Coffee Brand Coffee really is supposed to be this growing, thriving company, why is Coffee Brand Coffee Twitter dead? Why is the CBC website like totally out of date with no real updates? I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. Like, these are the small details that businesses have, that business owners do, you know, that totally elude the business genius of Jeremy Hambly. Hambly's lack of understanding around coffee and sheer ignorance in an industry he reports to be an owner of was on full display when JR didn't know the difference between a blend and single origin when it came to his quote-unquote 100% Kona coffee. Friend of the channel, Misty Mochi, did a whole breakdown on her channel on Hambly's deceptive labeling, and state regulators in Hawaii were alerted. Kona coffee has very strict labeling requirements, and Jeremy doesn't read, so he didn't even know that. Please check out her video for the full context. In one of his tiresome streams, which is a coffee advertisement masquerading as a politics news show, someone in chat called him out for his lack of...
True! Yeah, it is... Guys, the title of this stream has 3 hours on a Sunday. Do you know where that comes from? Do you know where the 3 hours on a Sunday comes from? It comes from the Quartering berating his audience. Because he was streaming on a Sunday. And he thought, well, I'm streaming on a Sunday. I could be doing anything else. I could be doing anything else. But I'm streaming here for you. So the least you could do is let me show my coffee. Do you guys remember that? Do you remember 3 hours on a Sunday? Yeah, it was obnoxious. It was terrible. He was lecturing and berating a member of his audience for absolutely no reason, just because he was mad that the fan was like, hey, dude, you're doing too many coffee ads. You're doing too much with the coffee ads. You're doing too much. And apparently he was genuinely pissed by that, so he went off.
Of correct labeling. He then crashed out and exposed himself for not understanding what the word blend means. This clip comes courtesy of Hotep on Twitter. Check him out for the full clip.
I mean, if it says it's 100% Kona, it says 100% Kona there, it says 100% Kona here. Where on earth does it say blend? You know what I mean? But I guess I could see how people might think that. Where does that say? Coffee Brand Coffee description. It's not a blend. It's 100% pure coffee. Where is it? It says, with the signature blend of traditional innovation, 100% Kona coffee is a premium blend. Okay, let's also just... blend does not mean it is a blend, but it is one of those things in English language,
blend.
Right? Same word, different meanings. So I'll just update that.
Jeremy, it says blend. You are you put this together. You didn't care enough to double check. Yeah. 3 hours on a Sunday. That was the bullshit. That's what the Quartering had put out there. But you say on your site, and you say on Amazon that it's a blend, and now you're saying it's not a blend, and you're saying it's a typo, and on the bag of your coffee it says 100% Kona, well, you see how people could get confused?
Real quick.
The way that he describes blend is a marketing term. No, Jeremy. Blend is a functional, legal, and regulatory descriptor. Now, let's go over to Coffee University so we can learn more about what words mean from Misty Mochi. Take it away, Misty.
Welcome to Coffee University, everyone. I'm your teaching assistant, Misty Mochi. Together, Professor Mochi and I are going to give a quick lesson on the difference between single origin and blended coffee. Recently, it has come to our attention that Jeremy Hambly, also known as the Quartering, has been misusing the term blend or blended coffee.
Technically, it's a blend of coffee, but I can see how people would say that. Like, blend in the coffee world does not, but I get what you're saying. It's blend does not mean it is a blend, but it is one of those things in the English language, right? Same word, different meanings. So I'll just update that real quick.
While there may not be much of a difference to Mr. Hambly, Professor Mochi and I would like to explain that there is a huge difference. First, let's talk about single origin coffee.
Oh boy. All right, guys. You ready? We're going to learn something. Yes, it's from a woman, but we're going to learn something about coffee. Now, listen. This is the one expertise that women have, which is their domain in the kitchen, making sandwiches, making coffee. So I'm going to trust that this woman is an expert.
Single origin means the coffee beans come from one specific place, most commonly a single country or single region. These beans reflect the area in which they were grown. Single origin beans are highly seasonal and availability can be inconsistent as a result. They are also susceptible to one-off events like a heavy rainy season or cold snap. Examples of single origin coffee include 100% Kona coffee, 100% Ethiopian, 100% Sumatran, etc. Single origin coffee is best served black where the distinct notes won't get drowned out by milk or sugar.
Best served black! How many of you guys like your coffee black? I don't. I gotta be honest. I can't stand my coffee black. Now I like my coffee white and creamy and sweet.
Coffee blend is a mixture of two or more different coffee beans from distinct origins. Blending coffee beans makes the flavor profile more balanced. It also means the blended coffee has more consistent availability than single origin coffee. For example, if inclement weather ruins the crop in Colombia, a roaster can tweak the recipe with a similar crop from Peru to ensure their signature house blend tastes the same to the consumer year-round. Blended coffee is best for espresso, milk-based drinks, and traditional drip coffee makers. As a quick reminder, I am still seeking the public's help so I can follow up on Coffee Brand Coffee's Kona Coffee. If you live in Hawaii and have purchased Coffee Brand Coffee Kona Coffee, please reach out to me at mistymochimedia@gmail.com. I would like to ask you a few questions about your experience. You can choose to remain anonymous if you would like to. Thanks for attending Coffee University. Class is dismissed.
Yeah, if anyone has any information about Kona Coffee, please, by all means. Please, by all means. You know, let us know. Let them know.
Dismissed. Back to you, Luther.
Thank you, Misty. And would also like to say, go watch her in-depth investigation into Kona coffee. Misty has been in contact with the Hawaii Department of Agriculture, and they want to investigate Coffee Brand Coffee. However, to get jurisdiction, they need a consumer in Hawaii to come forward. And that means you. As Robert Stack used to say, maybe you can help solve a grift. And if you are a resident of Hawaii and purchase CBC's Kona coffee, please contact Misty Mochi and the Hawaii Department of Agriculture and report CBC's labeling as non-compliant. Labeling is so important in Hawaii that it's a Class C felony. That's right, a Class C felony in Hawaii has jail time. Hambly could go to jail because of his ignorance and or deceptive business practices. And if you say, wow, going to jail over mislabeled coffee, isn't that harsh? No, it's not, because it's counterfeiting. Selling fake Kona coffee is the same thing as scamming.
People wouldn't say this. People wouldn't say this if it were about any number of other things. Like, for some reason, they think that this is some sort of exception. It's not. It's really not.
Consumers and stealing from legitimate Kona merchants, roasters, and grower. And if you're Hambly's roaster and you're listening to this, it might be a good idea to get out while you still can or put your foot down regarding proper labeling. Because if the state of Hawaii starts investigating and they find you, you're looking at civil penalties at the very least. Something that I did notice in Misty's video and the Amazon store is CBC advertises Kona coffee as 7 ounces. However, when Misty got her bag, it was 12 ounces. Well, Hambly might be this ignorant, or he's just openly scamming people. 7 ounces is 100% Kona. Then there's 5 ounces of something else. That brings the total up to 12 ounces. So he thinks all you have to do is update the Amazon page. No, Jeremy, no.
No.
The evidence against you is that every Amazon warehouse that has this coffee, every bag has to be recalled and the packaging fixed, or you're going to need a really big sticker over every single bag.
Yep.
I think you're going to have a hard time convincing regulators you really are that ignorant and you had no idea what you're doing. Do you want to go to jail, Jeremy? Is it worth it? Are you willing to go to fucking jail to own me, to own the detractors, to own the trolls? Fix your shit. On to the next segment. In part 4, I advised that I reported CBC to Amazon and the FDA. I didn't just report them electronically, I also sent certified mail, and people have asked that I ever receive a response. Well, I did. They said, "Hello, Luther, I'm Alex A. with Amazon's Executive Customer Relations. Your mail has been brought to my attention and I'm happy to assist you further." They said, "First and foremost, I want to thank you for bringing this concern to our attention. We take product labeling and safety very seriously, and we appreciate you reaching out to us regarding the product label information, specifically the name and address of the production facility, expiration date, and list of ingredients." And they said, to help us investigate thoroughly, where's your order number? And I provided that to them. And then after I provided them with my order number, I got this email from Anthony. And this is, I'm Anthony from Amazon's Executive Customer Relations. And they also reviewed information that I had sent in. And they said, I completely understand your concern about ensuring that the items offered by Coffee Brand Coffee comply with the applicable regulations and meet our safety standards. Your diligence in bringing this matter to our attention is greatly appreciated, and I want you to know that I take this concern very seriously. I relayed your feedback relating non-compliance of the coffee items you ordered to our internal team to further investigation. While we will not share the results of these investigation, what a real bummer. Please be assured that all appropriate actions will be taken. Well, I hope that's actually true and real. So anyway, they say,
Listen. Luther, I'm just going to be honest with you. They are too big to give a shit. They don't care. If they're making money, they don't care. This is fluff that sounds great. Sounds very good corporate speak. They could give a shit less. I'm telling you, they don't care. Unless the government steps in, they're not going to do anything. Very likely. Now, if I'm wrong, if they do something, I would be shocked. I would be absolutely shocked if they did anything on this. But I do appreciate your due diligence. I'm glad he realizes that this is to make you feel good without them actually having to do anything.
Thanks for bringing it to our attention again. And they said, hey, thanks for writing us and so forth. So we'll see. Now, in Hambly's effort post on Twitter that he made, he did talk about we're about to have ownership of all aspects of fulfillment. Now, I guess we'll see, if Amazon follows through and try and contact Jeremy or he's just non-responsive. We'll see if maybe his items get pulled from Amazon or not. And it's possible that he's already laying the groundwork for an explanation as to why he leaves Amazon, which is to say, hey, I have a better idea or I have a better plan. So we'll just have to wait and see. If you enjoy this more analytical approach to lolcows, please check out Lolcows, the Internet's Never-Ending Tragedy, the world's first book on the subject of Internet lolcows. It's available as a paperback and hardcover, as well as an audiobook version. Get it for yourself and learn something about lolcows, or it makes a great gift for someone totally unfamiliar. Now, back to the video. Another detail that was in Jeremy Hambly's effort post was the revelation, or his revelation, that according to him, he has dozens of staff. And this portion of the investigation was brought to me by an anonymous fan from the Northwest region of the United States who wishes to remain anonymous. But he said, well, Luther, why don't you just look up his workers' compensation insurance and then you can find where these dozens of staff are? Because two things are true. Either he's operating a business without workers' compensation insurance, or we could find out where the coffee factory is by locating his workers' compensation policy. And I said, holy shit, that's an amazing idea. So unlike Jeremy Hambly, I'm not going to take credit for this idea. It was an anonymous fan who came up with this. So thank you very much to you out there. If you're listening, you know who you are. And if you have a tip or if you have a clue, you can go ahead and let me know, and I can either shout you out or you can remain anonymous. So what do you think, guys? Is Jeremy Hambly operating his business without workers' compensation insurance, which is a felony in some states, or was I able to locate the location of the factory based on the insurance info. So we'll do the over-under on that. And but let's get started. There have been 3 states that have been tied to Coffee Brand Coffee. Wisconsin, where according to the LLC paperwork, it's physically located. That is also the state where Jeremy Hambly lives. There's Utah, where the LLC paperwork was filed. And then you have Arizona. This is where the GTIN numbers, as well as the trademark, as well as this is where the Coffee Brand Coffee merchandise is shipped from. So those are 3 states that we can check. So if you go to, you say, well, how do we know if a business needs workers' compensation or not? It's like, well, you go to the government website. You go to the stateofwisconsin.gov workers' compensation insurance requirements in Wisconsin, and it says right here, if you employ 3 or more full-time or part-time employees, you need workers' compensation insurance. Well, he said he has dozens. You go to Utah, the Utah Labor Commission Industrial Accidents Division. You go here, coverage requirements and premiums. With a few exceptions, every employer is required to provide workers' compensation coverage for all of its employees. And if you go read that, it's basically every single company has to do it. And then if we go to Arizona, so if we go to the Workers' Compensation Insurance Employers Frequently Asked Questions, and this is a document put out by the Industrial Commission of Arizona, and you go through right here. Under Arizona law, it is mandatory for employers to secure workers' compensation insurance for their employees. This is every single employee. So if you have 1 employee, you have to provide it. So let's go ahead and check these things. So we start with Utah. If you go to the Utah Labor Commission and you go workers' compensation coverage verification, this is a public tool, and then you just type in the employee name. So we'll do Coffee Brand and then hit search, and no results found. So we know that Coffee Brand doesn't have a workers' compensation policy in Utah. So if we go to the WCRB, which is the Wisconsin Compensation Rating Bureau, we can check if Coffee Brand Coffee has a workers' compensation policy in Wisconsin. So you just go employee name, we'll type in Coffee Brand, do a name search, and no results found. So Coffee Factory is not in Wisconsin. So if we go to Arizona, you go to the Arizona Industrial Commission of Arizona, and it says right here, web service, workers' compensation verification. You go to the website, hit accept, go to Arizona, you do Coffee Brand, and then search, and no results found. So the 3 states that have been linked to Jeremy Hambly's business, that's Utah, that's Wisconsin, that's Arizona. There is no workers' compensation policy in all those. Are you surprised? I'm not. When I wasn't able to find his workers' compensation stuff in the publicly available information, search databases, I decided to send him an email because that's how he tells people to communicate with him. So I sent him an email and I said, hello, Jeremy Hambly. You recently stated you have dozens of staff. Congratulations on your business success. I'm currently working on a news story about possible labor law violations at your company, and I'm reaching out to you for comment. And I basically go through, all the searches, that I did. So I just kind of ended the email with, unfortunately, that would indicate you are operating a business not in compliance with labor laws. And I said, please contact me to confirm your workers' compensation policy as soon as possible. Please provide either 1, the state your business is located in so I can confirm your workers' compensation policy in the public database, or 2, a statement confirming you have no employees and are not in violation of any labor laws. I said, have a good weekend, Luther Morgan. And he did not respond to me. So I can't say that I'm surprised.
I don't think he's going to respond. I don't think he's going to respond. I get it. I get it. It's a fun troll, but I don't think he's not going to respond to that.
But I'm a little broken up because, he tells people to email him, but he never emails back. So I'm very saddened by that, but I can't say that I'm surprised that he did not respond to my request for comment. A viewer by the name of Cyber Inu also shared with me that the Wisconsin Department of Agriculture has been made aware of his Kona coffee claims, and the Wisconsin Department of Agriculture has forwarded that onto their FDA referral. Additionally, the Utah Department of Agriculture has also received a referral with all the proper documentation they need to start an investigation. How many government agencies are investigating Hambly now? I'm starting to lose count. I want to end this video on Hambly's tweet and what is perhaps the greatest coffee mystery of all. Why? Why start a coffee company? This tweet really reads like an advertisement to not start a coffee company. According to Hambly, it's a low-margin, highly saturated market. You don't make any money the first 4 years. You must get into retail to make it big. And then after all that, you aren't a millionaire.
Right.
I'm sorry. If I'm going to take out a second mortgage on my house and go $380,000 in debt, I better be a fucking millionaire at the end of all this hard work. It just doesn't make any sense. And it especially doesn't make any sense why Hambly should or would start a coffee company. He doesn't seem passionate about coffee. It's not some lifelong obsession. I don't know if anyone has ever seen him drink coffee. He drinks energy drinks. And from a business perspective, he doesn't have any experience in the coffee industry or any knowledge of coffee. I mean, this guy doesn't know the difference between a blend and single origin. He doesn't even know the FDA regulates coffee, or just simply refuses to acknowledge their jurisdiction over him. He also barely puts any effort in. His website is frozen in time. His social media is dead. I mean, friend of the channel, Alyssa Eclipse, got an email advertising tea and cocoa. even though CBC hasn't carried those products in years. I'm just left asking, why? Why coffee? Let me know what you think in the comments below.
Listen, I would look at when. Let me run my own investigation right here. When did Tim Pool's Timcast Cast Brew Coffee launch? Also, when did Coffee Brand Coffee launch? I would be interested to find out when that launched, because I have a feeling, and I could be wrong, I could be wrong, but I have a feeling that they may coincide a little bit. They may be, they may be a little bit close together. We'll see. I'm having Grok look it up right now to double check to see when they launched. So right now Grok is looking it up. It says Tim Pool's Cast Brew Coffee launched for sale online by at least November 2023. Okay. All right. Coffee Brand Coffee, founded by Jeremy Hamley, launched its online store May 2022. So, wait a minute. This is planning for a signature coffee brand. Was publicly teased by Tim Pool as early as November 2022. Okay. So, both of these are back in 2022. It says, by late 2022, Coffee Brand Coffee, it was actively selling and receiving customer support mentions. Okay. So, basically, both of these got support back in 2022. Very interesting. So I have a feeling that, and this is just a theory. I have a feeling that the Quartering was going to do a coffee thing with Tim Pool, because they were talking about it at the time, potentially, doing a coffee thing together. I think it fell apart. I think they just did their own coffee thing. I think that really is it. I think that it really isn't any more complicated. They just wanted to do a thing about coffee. Maybe it had to do with, at the time, maybe Starbucks. That could have been another thing, that Starbucks was going woke and they thought, well, Starbucks, that probably is more likely. Like, I imagine that if I could talk to Luther Morgan, it'd probably be this simple. That the Quartering was like, Starbucks is a multi-billion-dollar company and they sell coffee and their margins are really good. And so I'm going to try to do that. I'm going to try to basically take a piece out of Starbucks. Because, I mean, look at how much money they make. I have a feeling that it was probably more along those lines than anything else. That's just what makes sense to me. That, because the Quartering really is that stupid. He really is that stupid. Where he would look at it and go, well, I mean, look at Starbucks is a $1 billion company. If I just take a piece out of that, that'll be a good slice for me. That probably was about the start and end of it. Anyway, we're going to wrap things up for this video. But yeah, Jeremy could be in trouble. It seems that he has some outstanding things. He didn't cross his T's and dot his I's, or dot his T's and cross his... He didn't do his due diligence, and that is why he's in trouble. Also, the fact he shouldn't have flagged down a channel and talked about taking the livelihood away from everyone, which is crazy. Like, you're going to take away the Kino Casino's livelihood because they made fun of you? Really? anyway, that's going to do it for this video. I'm going to thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. Let's see. Clearing. Okay. Okay, let me upload this real quick. Give me a second to upload this, and then we will move on to the next topic. Give me just one second. Okay. All right. KTOR. No, we're not playing games right now. It's not a time for games yet. Games are for when the stream needs to be put to bed. You know, because not everyone is down with the gaming, which I understand. I totally get. Brothers, Bill Maher just doesn't get it, and he never has, and I don't think he ever will. I don't know why Republicans continue to do this humiliation ritual as it pertains to Bill Maher, where they pretend that he's like some reasonable moderate. No, Bill Maher is far to the left, and he's always been a joke. He's always had these really terrible takes, and he's always been about 10 years behind the times. There was that infamous moment where Dennis Prager talked about the tampons in the men's bathroom, and Bill Maher and his audience just laughed at him. Oh, tampons in the men's bathroom. Well, turns out that story was from 2 years prior at the time. So Bill Maher is an absolute joke. His opinions, his instincts, they're all wrong. But for some reason, conservatives crave to be liked by the people that they admit are mentally ill and morally detestable. I've never understood it. I've never understood why there is a craving by people on the right to be accepted by people on the left. That is a fool's game. That is an absolute fool's game. Anyway, we're going to be taking a look at this interview between J.D. Vance and Bill Maher. And the first thing that we're going to look at is Bill Maher shits the bed, absolutely shits the bed on immigration. All right, guys. Can we just be honest a little bit that, you know, you messed around with immigration just a bit too much, okay? You were a little mean, okay? You were a little mean. This dope-smoking millionaire, this leftoid retard, sits in the lap of luxury and then wants to complain. Oh, ICE was a little mean. Hey, Bill, how about you? What would you do if you had to do a job dealing with the dregs of society, Bill? The worst of the worst. And every time you tried to do your job, there was a mob of mentally ill far-left freaks blowing air horns and cursing at you and trying to get in the way and interrupt and parking their cars in the wrong spot and being an absolute nuisance, and you got no support from anyone? Bill, no. They didn't go hard enough. They should have gone 10 times harder. They should have charged every one of those leftists that got involved with terrorist charges. Renee Good and Alex Preddy should be spending the next 100 years in jail instead of rotting in the ground. Now, controversial, they deserved exactly what they got because of their actions. But they should have been in jail. The fact that they weren't is a disgrace. So, I just want to make that abundantly clear. I want to make that abundantly clear. That Bill Maher is not just wrong, he is monstrously, disastrously wrong. And we're about to take a look at it in real time. The fact that he still doesn't get it. He still doesn't get it. I don't know how, but that's what it is.
Both his vice president. A couple of weeks ago, Pence was here. I'm killing it with the vice president.
Okay.
Yeah.
Remember Mike Pence?
Okay.
What did you talk about with Mike Pence? Sex, drugs, and rock and roll?
I don't know. He was a lot more human than I thought than I'd ever seen him. I even asked him to come on my podcast where I get stoned, and he was like, maybe.
Yeah. I don't know if I believe that.
Yeah, he wouldn't do that. It's disgusting, by the way. It's absolutely disgusting. You know somebody doesn't like pot smoking, and you're just gonna smoke pot in front of them. Just a total lack of respect. It's a humiliation ritual that these Republicans go on, and I've never understood it. I don't know why they continue to seek approval from people on The View or Bill Maher. No, you don't need these people. You need to crush these people. Like, genuinely. You need to make the lives of these people that have made the country worse by allowing us to be... they have created the environment for the left to flourish in the way that it has, which is an absolute cancer, and they still admit almost no fault. Oh, guys, can you really blame me entirely? Yes. Yes.
Here's what people, when I say you, here's what sticks in their craw. Okay. The number one issue, immigration.
An issue that they caused. Biden caused the immigration crisis. The answer to this is, Bill, we didn't create this problem, but we were voted in to solve it. You cannot have unfettered illegal immigration. These people that have come into the country, a lot of them have a criminal record. They have been fed a diet of bullshit from the media and from the talking heads, late night show hosts. It is bullshit. And we are going to do something about getting these people out because it's what we were voted to do. We haven't gone far enough. We need to go further. We need more mass deportations. That's what he needs to say.
Not immigration. We like it that you closed the border. That needed to be done.
Every step of the way, it was to make sure that the border stayed open. We got to keep the border open. The border's got to be open. They fought Texas in court. They fought Texas in court, the Biden administration did, to keep the borders open, to keep the migrants flooding in, because that was the strategy. That's what they were doing. They wanted an endless stream of foreign voters, and that's why they allowed them in. And the lack of any sort of humanity, it's absolutely disgusting. The stuff that went on is just inhuman.
The people who were here, the way you treated, I'm talking about your administration.
Okay.
You weren't out there yourself, but ICE, all that shit.
They should have gone harder.
Too rough, too mean.
No, not mean enough, not hard enough, not tough enough.
Too unnecessary.
No. They should have gone 10 times harder.
I think you got...
Not rough enough.
I'm not telling you what to do.
Based Asman. Didn't go tough enough. Didn't go hard enough. Bill, shut the fuck up. You will never have to live with the consequences of your suicidal empathy. You will never have to live with the consequences of your suicidal empathy. And you know what? We have had enough. We've had enough.
I'm just giving you some advice as a friend.
Okay.
And I am.
All right.
And I'm not saying, I'm not asking you to apologize if I don't like when people do that. I'm just saying you go a long way toward getting people who are just completely shut the door to you and your ministry if you would just own that you guys went too far. You went too far, and you should own it like you did childless cat ladies.
Okay. So,
childless cat ladies aren't going around raping and killing people in America.
True.
Here's the basic problem with that bill is you cannot do any deportations without law enforcement, and you can't do a law enforcement operation like that without having some situations that don't look good when they're recorded like that.
True.
I mean, let me give you
That's
like just one obvious example. Let's just set aside the immigration element of this, okay? If you take a guy who's committed murder and you go in and arrest that guy, sometimes that person's going to resist arrest. Sometimes if you take a video of it and it's out of context and you don't appreciate why that person is being arrested in the first place, it looks pretty icky if you take that out of context video clip. And what I worry about is when people say you can't ever do immigration enforcement if it produces a bad video clip, what they're really saying is you can't ever actually do immigration enforcement.
Fucking exactly. Abso-fucking-lutely. Thank God. That is exactly the way that I feel about it. Because, yeah, obviously when you're arresting somebody, it might not look pretty. Duh. Of course.
We had 12 million people come into the country, into the interior over the last 4 years, or I should say from 2021 to 2025. And we were elected with a mandate to get some of those people out of the United States of America.
All of those people.
To people on the left, they may be confused because they think that a mandate is a date between two men.
You can't do that easily. Law enforcement deporting people is never an easy process. So I appreciate your argument that we've gone too far, but we couldn't do nothing. And I don't think there was an easy way to do this.
Of course. There's a middle ground. See, the other thing that...
There is no middle.
Yeah, there is no middle ground.
When there is a court order to deport criminals, we follow the law. Liberals bring the criminals and then cry when it's time for them to go.
Yeah. Thank you, Renal MD, for the donation. Yeah. The left don't want deportations at all. They don't want any deportations. So they play these dirty games. They play these absolutely dirty games. And we've had enough. We've had enough. No, there is no middle ground. This is the middle ground. Bill, this is the middle ground. You understand? This is the middle ground. Bill doesn't get it.
Middle ground. There isn't. Whenever you have a suspect that's running away from you and they're being violent, there's nothing that the officers can do to stop that, especially whenever they have 50 screaming like harpies running after them with air horns and trying to run them over with cars at the same time. This is honestly, it is a situation that is engineered to fail, and it is the most high stress, high strain situation that you could possibly have. If you actually want want these immigration proceedings to be more pleasant, you should be advocating to keep them in the jails, to not have people obstructing ICE at all, or even trying to protest and help the illegals get away. And you should let them do their job, have them cooperate with the local officials, and that is what will produce the least amount of bad clips, bad actions, and bad things that happen. That's the only thing that's going to make it happen. Obama is called the deporter-in-chief. Yeah, but they fudged the numbers.
Bothers us about stuff like that is that nothing ever lands in the middle, which is what I'm always trying to get people to do.
I thought you were crazy liberal.
Well, what's in the middle about running in front of an officer and trying to stop police officers?
Yeah, no. There is no middle. There's no middle ground. No. The middle ground, what they mean is we want you to surrender. And the answer is no. No, we're not going to surrender. No, we're going to crush you. Because your ideas are evil and they're terrible. Your appeal to emotion is denied. Because your appeal to emotion puts innocent people at risk. You put genuine innocent people at risk with your bullshit. That's the reality. You put genuinely innocent people at risk so that you can virtue signal. You can pretend, oh, I'm such a good person. But you're not a good person. You're not. You're horrible. So I'm looking at this situation and I'm just so done. And you know what? A lot of people agree with me. A lot of people are also done. They're tired of this. Why are we playing these games? These people have come in illegally under Democrats. You should have put the boot to them 10 times harder. And also, let me go a step beyond. You should have arrested the governors and mayors and city council and anyone else who got in the way of enforcing this law. You should have gone scorched earth. You should have gone scorched earth, but you didn't. You should have arrested Congress people, senators, anyone who went in and got in a fight with ICE officers. You should have put them in jail for 100 years. That is the middle ground.
With your cars and blowing air horns at them and trying to actively obstruct an operation whenever they're trying to arrest somebody. Like, that's not in the middle.
Because you don't watch the show. You should watch the show.
I actually do watch the show. I laughed my ass off backstage. That was a good monologue. Even though you were making fun of me, I kind of liked it.
Yeah.
Why did they do this humiliation ritual? It says, by the way, YouTube blocked that super chat. Of course, YouTube is always blocking me from getting paid. For some reason, YouTube doesn't want me to get paid. I don't know why. They hate me.
I know someone in your administration who watches the show.
Yeah, I sure do. And so I think there's a couple more clips about this too. I'll go ahead and look at it.
Like, if this is where the Democratic Party is going, where this democratic socialist, this obsession with Israel, with the Jew hating, with they don't believe in capitalism, no prisons, if this is where they're going, my vote is in play.
Okay.
And
I like to hear that.
It actually always has been. I just, every year, I don't
It
make
has
my decisions
never
like who was
been
an
in
R.
play.
That's pretty big.
Yeah, it's pretty big. It's pretty big bullshit. Do you guys remember when Jordan Peterson went on Bill Maher and he's like, all right, guys, all right, hey, Bill, your rhetoric is getting kind of dangerous. You're kind of talking a lot of shit about Trump, and how do you plan to bring the country together? What are you going to be doing? about bringing the country together that seems to be more divided than ever. And Bill's like, all right, guys, well, I'll tell you, it would be fine if this were like any other, like Republican, any other like Republican administration. And so, but it's not, okay? It's not. And he's a fascist, okay? He's a total dictator. He's, So Bill Maher did the whole Trump is bad, Orange Man bad sort of thing. And it was absolutely fucking embarrassing. But this is who Bill Maher is. So his vote is not up for, it's not up for grabs. You should not give people like him any semblance of respect or credibility because they've been wrong. And people like him have allowed the left to fester into the position that he's in. You should never let Bill Maher live this down. Oh, I kind of liked your show. No, his show is a fucking joke. And everyone knows it. He's lazy. He's behind the times. He's constantly wrong. He is a far-left, pot-smoking, dope-smoking retard. An anti-Christian, anti-religious zealot. No, I give him no charity. It's policies from people like him that he advocates for that ultimately have left this country in the state that it's in. So no, I award you no points. I give you no benefit of any doubt. And I think that you and your ilk are sincerely part of the problem. A major part of the problem.
For Bill Maher, a lifelong liberal, to say that I don't know if I'm going to vote for the Democrats if they keep doing this, that's really big. They always say that? I haven't seen him say that. I don't remember him saying that last time. Bill likes Israel?
They always
Bill's
say that.
a Jew. And whenever you...
No, Asmund, the reason why they say that is because it's only when they're out of power. So, Asmund, like you talk about how you should never give these people any sort of like leeway because when they're out of power, they sort of have this, this sort of position where, please don't hit me, I'm just this poor. That's what they're doing. That's what Bill Maher's doing. Oh, my vote, and guys, my vote has always been in play. I mean, let's be real. My vote has always been in play. No, it hasn't. He's doing this, and the left does this. Well, if you just pander to me, maybe my vote is available for you. If you just pander to me, if you abandon your principles and do more of what I want, maybe I'll pander to you, and that's how Republicans lose. No, you need to crush these people. You need to crush them into dust, into a fine powder. But nobody on the right has the mentality that I have when it comes to this. Every single one of them, they want to play these games where, all right, maybe we play nice with Bill Maher. No, we don't play nice with Bill Maher. No, we don't. We make his life as miserable as possible because he made the lives miserable of every American by the things that he advocated for years and the degenerate, terrible policies that he pushed for years and years and years.
So this is the thing, right? So you're a Jew, and then the people are saying that they like a group that wants to kill Jews. And you think to yourself, well, wait a minute, I'm a Jew. Uh-oh.
Oh, too bad. Guess you should have paid attention a little more when you were courting the far left. Guess you should have paid a little more attention.
Uh-oh, wait.
Sucks
wait a
to be
minute.
you.
What about, wait, hold up. Wait a second.
I actually always came to the conclusion that the Democrat was probably better.
Sure.
And voted for them.
Okay.
And Trump can't run again, and he'd
Why not?
be a little too exciting for me anyway. So it's either going to be you or Rubio. Like, if this is...
I don't know if that's going to happen or not. Let me see here.
Don't make the final deal. Their nuclear program is still destroyed. They're still much weaker as a country. So my attitude is America wins either way. But I do think that what the president has done is asked us to do something that, frankly, nobody in 47 years of dealing with the Iranians has done, which is offer them an opportunity to fundamentally transform how they behave with the West. They've been the largest state sponsor of terrorism basically since they began as a nation, or at least as an Islamic republic 47 years ago. He's saying, look, if they're willing to change, we're willing to change too. If they're not willing to change, we still fundamentally have all the cards, and I think it's a good place for us to be.
But their program isn't destroyed. The nuclear program isn't destroyed. I mean, I don't know any of our objectives. And look, I said
How do you know that? How are you telling the vice president
that's why you need to destroy these people. That's why you need to destroy them. He's sitting there talking to the the vice president of the United States, and he's sitting there telling them, all right, well, we didn't destroy their stuff. The fuck? How would you know? You don't know shit. Like, the ego, the egotism, it's insane.
That's true. Like, what?
What part is not destroyed?
Here we go.
Yeah. Yeah, and Bill is going, all right, look, I read this, I was stoned, I read it, my staff gave me a paper that was from, like MSNBC, okay, and they said that it wasn't destroyed, and so I have to go based on them, because they must know.
But we didn't get in there. The whole thing...
We didn't get in there. We didn't get in there, guys.
We have to get in there and see. Otherwise, we wouldn't be doing this.
Well, let me say,
no, we didn't.
First of all...
How do you know that we didn't get in there? Do you really think that, like, theoretically, like, if we had, like, a clandestine Delta Force operation to make sure that certain things in the Iranian nuclear program were destroyed, do you think that you would know about that? Really?
So a nuclear program, and I'm hardly a nuclear scientist, I'm a lowly politician, but the thing that you have to destroy is their ability to enrich uranium, which has been destroyed. You have to destroy their ability. Well, because you need functioning centrifuges that can actually spin.
All the time we got to get in there and we got to get the dust.
Okay,
and we didn't get in there, so how do we get the dust?
So that's actually a separate question. So there's the highly enriched stockpile, which, by the way, was allowed to accumulate over 20 years of previous administrations. That enriched stockpile is something that we want to get. But, Bill, if we never get it, and the president wants it, and we are going to get it, but if we never got it, it's buried deep underground, and they don't have the ability to turn it into a nuclear weapon. So the program is functionally destroyed. We're just talking about, can we set them back even further through these negotiations?
Okay.
Yeah.
Duh. I mean, like, what do you mean we don't know whether it's been destroyed or not? Oh my God. Let me go and see if I find this. Okay.
Can you tell me you will do that? Will you bring us back to the middle, at least on that, where we can concede elections, where it's not either one of those two options?
Okay, Bill, so this is where I'm probably going to lose you here, but here's...
that happened about 8 minutes ago.
Yeah, he's a retarded scumbag.
Look, I don't think that we should not concede elections, but I don't think that's what's going on. I think that if you go back to the president's core argument, he was making an argument about problems that existed in 2020. And here's the problem that I'm most focused on. The president and I've talked a lot about this, and I think we share a perspective here, but set to the side the stuff that really gets you and your audience very angry about whether the count was legitimate in Georgia or Pennsylvania or any of these other states. Is it true that large technology companies, some of whom have financial interests that exist outside the United States of America, were they censoring information in the run-up to an election? And set to the side the stuff, again, the Georgia stuff, but
that was litigated. Dominion, the Fox.
No, it's not what he's talking about, you fucking idiot. He's talking about the Hunter Biden laptop story.
That's not what he said.
That's not. Oh my God, this guy is such a fucking tool. Why do you want to be liked by Bill Maher? Explain to me. Why do you want to be liked by Bill Maher? He's an absolute fucking idiot. He's a low IQ, degenerate individual. Why do you want to be liked by Bill Maher? He didn't get it. He's talking about the suppression of the Hunter Biden laptop story. He's talking about the media 95 or 98% negative coverage of Trump and spreading misinformation about him at every turn because they didn't want to get him elected. Like, why are we relitigating this? This is done. This guy is such an absolute fucking tool.
That's not what he's saying, and you know that.
Yeah.
Give me a minute. It's doing the thing again.
Give me a minute here. The biggest criticism I had of the 2020 election is that you had technology companies that were quite literally censoring negative information about the left and promoting negative information about the right.
They still do it, by the way.
In a fundamental sense, like if the First Amendment says that we have a free and open debate and then the American people judge based on that free and open debate, the sense in which I think the election in 2020 was rigged, I'm sorry, is that you had technology companies that were putting their thumb on the scale in a way that completely obliterated the real open exchange of ideas.
Well,
now, by the way, it didn't happen in 2024, but it happened in 2020 and it was a problem.
Well, you're going to get a big pat on the back when you go back to the White House. All right.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, mass mail-out voting. He didn't even talk about mass mail-out voting, which was a huge problem. Huge problem. Mass mail-out voting. You know? It's insane. People listening to Bill Maher, it's crazy.
I mean, I don't even know why Bill isn't willing to concede this point. I actually don't know why he isn't, because it's so obviously true that yes, all of these big companies committed and tried to do everything that they could to subvert Trump. They worked with the Biden administration. They're doing everything that they can in order to stop that from happening. And I don't know why that's not really more obvious. I think it's very obvious. They even admitted it. Yeah, they did. They admitted it.
I'm just glad you're talking to me. You know, I mean, I say it every time when the Republicans come here, they take their beating like a man.
I think Bill's taking his beating, but he's not taking it like a man. He's taking it like a dandy.
It's the people I vote for. They're the ones who won't talk to me. That's odd, isn't it?
It is very odd.
I mean, and I promise.
Well, like this new woman who was elected in New York. Do you think she'll come on the show?
Oh, I know you want.
Yeah.
No, I can't get AOC. I can't get Mandami. I couldn't get Kamala Harris.
I wonder
took me 8
why.
years to get Obama. Anyway, let's not talk about my problems.
Isn't that crazy?
And I promise this is going to be a lot easier than talking to the Iranians.
The View?
Or even more, The View.
The question is whether it's harder than The View. That's right.
Yeah, it's not there yet. Quick explain for a layman who hasn't been paying attention. So basically inside of like 2016 to 2023, there was a concerted effort, I think, on social media in order to censor and manufacture a permission structure around a media environment that made it to where most liberal and left-wing positions were seen as the norm, and right-wing positions were either completely removed or seen as fringe, extreme, racist positions that you were not allowed to have. And I think that this was a norm that was across Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and all of this changed when Elon Musk bought Twitter. When Elon bought Twitter, the entire environment shifted completely. And then things moved over to having more freedom of speech, and Reddit was another one. Obviously, Reddit was another one. So was buying Twitter not the same for Trump? No, it's not, because people that are left wing are still on Twitter. There's plenty of left wing activists that are on Twitter all the time.
Right.
So the big difference between, let's say, Elon buying Twitter and, for example, Twitter being owned previously is that Elon allows viewpoints from the left that are extreme. People like Hassan, people like Zoran Mendami,
Right.
people like even some of these random crazy nutballs. Those people are still allowed on Twitter. So the difference is that people perceive a variance of opinions as a bias against them. And I think that's a huge issue. And no supermods? Yes, exactly. The Krasensteins. Yeah, the Krasensteins. I mean, like, in my opinion, I think they should be banned, right? Because they're like promoting doxing and stuff. But they didn't. So I think that's the big difference, and that's what I think really happened. And again, I'm very glad to see, I'm glad to see JD Vance going on his show. I'm very happy to see this. But we'll see if there's any more of this that's
I'm glad that JD Vance is so articulate and he's so, just able to, like, he's very, very, very good at speaking on, these sort of shows. But I genuinely don't get it. I don't understand why you feel the need to go on there and basically, just accept their bullshit. That really is what it is. For me, there is zero reason to do that. But I don't know, maybe I'm wrong on this one, but I think it's very, very strange that you have these conservatives that go on there and they take a lashing, and I'm looking at it going like, you got to be kidding me. You genuinely, you got to be kidding me. Anyway, that's my take. That's my opinion on this. It's pretty nuts. Pretty nuts in my view. But great video from Asman. Bill Maher, not a fan of his. Anyway, that'll do it. Thanks for watching. See you next time. Well, guys, it's official. 3 hours. 3 hours on a Sunday. That's right, guys. 3 hours on a Sunday. We've gone the distance. So this would be the point in the stream where I can. This is the point in the stream where I can start shilling and selling all of my coffee wares. This is where I can start shilling my coffee. Coffee Brain Coffee. I can start shilling it now because we've been over 3 hours. That's the way it works, right? That's what I was told. I was promised. Okay, let me see. Okay. What is the title of that? Okay. Okay. All right. He torched him. Okay. Got that. All right. New building for a roast master. We have to donate money. Yeah, true. True. Yeah. Where are all the donations, guys? I've been streaming for 3 hours on a Sunday. What's going on? I don't understand. What a tool. What a tool. Okay. Get that done. Okay. All right, that's uploading. Let me double check and see for the videos I have. Give me 1 second. Okay. So we did the air conditioning, did the AC, did that. I guess we could just
Andrew Yang about the impact these candidates will have on the party at large. Congresswoman, good to have you tonight. First, what's your reaction, your response to what you just heard there from Andrew Yang about the impact these candidates will have on the party at large?
It's time. You know, it's time for us to have as diverse of a caucus as the people, you know, and, you know, so many of us have been doing this work for a long time. You know, it's great to have friends. It's great to have more colleagues. It's great to have people coming in so that we can build this group of us who truly believe that all people deserve to thrive, not just survive, and that we pave the way for that we create that right now. And so it shouldn't be lost on people that people are running for these seats and that they are actually winning. And what is so wrong with having people who truly believe that can happen, because that we have people in our districts who believe the same as we do.
Congresswoman, good to have you tonight. First, what's your reaction, your response to what you just heard there from Andrew Yang about the impact these candidates will have on the party at large?
It's time. You know,
it's time. Yeah, just drivel, meaningless platitudes. Not an ounce of actual legitimate commentary. Just noise, just buzzwords. That's all it is. That's all these people have. Meanwhile, what they're doing and what they're actually promoting is despicable. It really is awful. So, yeah, I think more people need to call this out and be honest. They need to call it out and be honest about what it is. It's disgraceful. Anyway. Let's see here. Okay. Okay. So we have that done. I just oh man, I whenever I hear these people, it drives me up a wall, because it's so unbelievably obnoxious, and it lacks any sort of introspection, or like, we have a coalition, but of what? What is the coalition? What do you represent? What do you stand for? Well, people being diverse. Really? You know, you people being diverse, huh? That's it? That's all it stands for? No, I think that's absurd. Anyway, let me, okay. All right, let me Let me see about this. Let me do something real quick. And then I want to do a video. It's a bit impromptu. Bit impromptu, but we're going to do it anyway. Okay. Let's see. All right. Okay. All right, here we go. We're going to, guys, you ready? We're going to delve into the deep. That's what we're doing today. We're delving into the deep of the internet, the absolute abyss. Guys, I hope that you have prepared yourself, because boy, oh boy, this is going to be something. Now, what I want to say is, on the internet, there are a number of different people and a number of different content creators. And to be honest, a lot of those people have issues with others, can't play well with others. And I'm going to teach you how it's done here today. I'm going to teach you how it's done here today. Okay? So, what we're going to do is, I am going to do a video criticizing Chibi reviews, and I'm going to demonstrate to you how it's done. Because there are a lot of people that fundamentally do not understand how to criticize somebody like Chibi reviews. I don't get it. I genuinely, it's baffling to me that there are people that have such a hard time criticizing this guy, because every time that they feel the need to go overboard, and that's an issue. When you go overboard, when you basically take things from where they should be, and you got to exaggerate, you got to lie, you got to distort. Yeah, it's a major issue, and I'll explain how that is in just a second. I'll explain how that is in just a second. Okay, give me one moment while I pull this up, and then we can have this conversation. It's much needed. Because I do think there are people that may have a good point, but sometimes they lose the plot based on how much they don't like somebody. But the thing is, yes, how much you don't like somebody does play a role in, obviously your response. But at the same time, you have to be willing to at least be honest. Otherwise, you give that person some room to basically play the victim, and that's what we're going to be covering today. Brothers, today we're going to be talking about Chibi reviews, and he posted something that I don't particularly like. I think it's gross. I think it's weird. And I think that I am one of the people that's uniquely qualified to talk about this, because it seems that every other person that hates Chibi reviews, that are so overly emotional, they get in their feelings, and then they spurt out in 1,000 different directions, and they embarrass the people like me that go, oh, well, yeah, you do actually have a point in some of what you're saying, but you've gone so far over the edge that you actually give them the upper hand, because they just show the insane shit that you post, and then they generate sympathy and views, and it can generate the money. Here's the deal. The reason why I am able to have like a conversation with Chibi Reviews, and this is going to shock you. It's because when I talk to Chibi Reviews, I talk to him like he's a human being that I disagree with on a topic, so I stick to the topic. I stick to the point of disagreement between us. I don't try to tear him down to the lowest point. I don't bring in something as disgusting as his deceased family. I laser focus on what the disagreement is. I articulate why I don't like it. And then I say, here's what I would suggest doing in the future. Now, Chibi Reviews posted this. Now, this is an old post from Chibi Reviews. It was March 5th, so not that old, but, you know, over nearly 2 months at this point, believe it or not. It says, Gwen X Ben is the only real ship I accept. It says, only a monster would post something like this. Now, obviously, this is meant to be provocative. This is a provocative post that is designed to get engagement and views, and, you know, it works. Obviously, back then it worked because it got 353,000 views. Now, my point here is, Chibi, I'm just going to say, I think this is in extremely poor taste. And I understand that there may be people in your audience that like this. I've been told that there are people that genuinely like it. I thought it was all for shitposting and to simply meme on the people that hate you, but there may be people in your audience that do genuinely like this. This right here is a bad look all around. Now, you don't have to like what I'm saying, but I'm going to explain it to you. And I'm not going to use pejoratives to do it or ad hominem attacks. I'm simply going to focus on what's going on here. This is an underage character. I understand that you have this this principle of delineating fiction from reality, which is fine. Okay? We all acknowledge that fictional characters are not actually real. But in terms of literature and what they represent, they can have a real impact on human emotions. So, for example, there's a reason why authors will sometimes use, you know, these really, really harsh devices in their books. Like, for example, in the Sword of Truth series, in Wizard's First Rule, the first book, there's a moment where the female main character, Kaylin, she tries to use her power on somebody that, you know, basically she has the power to touch people and turn them to her side. You know, just sort of like a mind control magic that is sort of permanent. Just sort of who you were is gone and now the power's overtaken you. But in this, you know, dastardly, disgusting, beefy meathead has like this power to protect her or to protect himself. So she tries to touch him. It doesn't work. So basically there's a scene where him and his soldiers, they try to force themselves on her. It's a horrifying part. It's really like jarring. And, you know, eventually she unlocks a different part of her power, which, you know, basically works to, to sort of stop it from happening. But it was very, very close to happening. It was a very powerful scene. While it is true that fiction is not real, it can have a very real impact on people. And that's why I think that this is a mistake. I personally don't like any of this degenerate stuff. Not really. I don't think big boobs or big hips is super degenerate and stuff like that, which is why I, make tongue-in-cheek memes about stuff. But this, for me, crosses a major line, and you can do it, but understand, it does make you look bad. And so if you want to go with the kamikaze effect of, I basically lost everything, so I'm just going to do this, you can, but I'm telling you that there is a better option to make sure that your argument reaches more people. Because even if somebody doesn't know who you are, this is going to immediately off-put them from what you're saying. Because this is degenerate and weird. This is a children's cartoon show. And Asmongold is right in this one element, that if you were to show this to regular people, they wouldn't even hear what underlying principle argument you may have to make, because they would be put off about the fact that you are showing in a sexual way, and this is obviously meant to be, this character who is underage in the show. You are depicting them in a relationship, and I understand that the voice actress Tara Strong said, "I vow to stop making out my cousin," but we don't take our moral leadings from Hollywood. Hollywood is filled with a bunch of degenerates, Mark Hamill and the like. So anyway, I'm just articulating this. I want this to be clear. I think that you should stop doing this. Now, will you stop doing it? No, you're not gonna stop doing it. But I'm going to make my objection to this known. I'm gonna again state my reason why, what I think you should do going forward. But ultimately, it's your choice what you choose to do. I think that you should stop posting shit like this. It's bad for your mind. It's bad for your body. It's bad for your soul. A lot of times, people don't really take the soul into account. They don't really take the soul into account. They don't really take the impact it has onto your essence, onto your being, when you delve too far deep into degeneracy. I think that there is a line where you can definitely go too far, and I think that this is it. When you sexualize this character that is meant to depict an underage person, no, it's not as bad as what happens in the UK. But we do not, as a civilization, we do not want to normalize the sexualization of children, whether it be in digital form or in real life. I read through the entire UK grooming gang thing. I understand that you guys make a delineation, but in terms of a principle, this is wrong. Morally, ethically, it's wrong. So that's my position on this. And the thing is, I'm not trying to crush you, or I'm not trying to make you feel bad. I'm trying to lay out and point out the fact that this is an L. While yes, this will make some people very angry. It will make them mad. I get that part of it. I do. I'm a shit poster myself. But one bit of wisdom that I would like to impart is, if you shitpost to destroy your enemies and in the process hurt yourself while also hurting your enemies, that's not a win. I can't remember the exact terminology, but there was a clip that somebody sent me of Star Trek Deep Space Nine. I don't remember exactly what it is, but it was Worf. I used to watch Star Trek all the time. Somebody sent me a clip, and he said, it's like to lose an empire. It's like, I don't remember the exact terminology, but it was basically, there is no victory in losing an empire, and there is no shame in a strategic retreat. So basically, the point of the message was, Worf was talking about, if you're just throwing everything at like a Gatling gun line of troops, and you're doing it for honor or whatever reason, or in this case you're doing it to shitpost, and you're taking just as much or more damage as your enemy, that's not a winning strategy. I understand to do this out of spite, because some of the stuff that's happened to you has been terrible, absolutely terrible. I do think some of these people go way too far. And they all talk themselves up and stuff like that. But my advice to you would be to stop posting stuff like this. Now, again, I don't know you that well. I don't know your community that well. This is just my advice to you. It's my advice to you, delivered on the topic itself rather than some sort of attack. Because I'm not about that. I think what I would like more than anything is for Chibi to recover. I'd like for him to recover, and I don't know if it's in the cards, but you know what? It would be amazing. I've seen incredible transformations from people that decide to go to church and actually take it seriously, and start making moves to establish a relationship with God or, you know, a deeper connection. I just, that's what I would want for Chibi Ryus. Again, I don't know him all that well. We don't talk very often, if at all. And so I wanted to put this out there. I saw this and my response was, ew. Like, that's gross. Now, people in your audience may not tell you that, but it just, it is self-defeating. You know, I don't know. I wanted to say my piece. I said my piece. Chibi Reviews is an adult. He's going to do what he wants to do. I made my position on it clear. I think it's disgusting and I think it's wrong. And I think he should stop. But ultimately, I don't rule the world. And I don't rule the internet. Because if I did, things would be very, very, very different. We'd have a lot more mass deportations. We'd have a lot more people in jail. Believe me. Or, as we call them, the prison work labor camps. Anyway, that's my position. By the way, I'm always trying to push Chibi to do like debates and stuff because I think it would be very interesting. I think it would be interesting to see these ideas that he has articulated as to why he's doing it so that there's no ambiguity. Like, why this character? Why, like, this character is underage in the book. Why this character? That's what I want to know.
Worf destroying an empire to win a war is no victory, and ending a battle to save an empire is no defeat.
I love my audience. Thank you for the super chat donation. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for the save. Thank you for the save. Yes. Destroying an empire to win a war is no victory, and ending a battle to save an empire is no defeat. Absolutely incredible. Thank you, George. Thank you, George Polito. Thank you so much. You saved the video. You saved the day. Thank you for the donation, my friend. Man, that's just, that's a great, great saying. Or, destroying an empire to win a war is no victory, and ending a battle to save an empire is no defeat. Chibi, ending posting shit like this to save an empire is no defeat. Okay? Anyway, I'm not going to take too much more of your time on this. I just wanted to talk about it. But, that's my take on it. And guys, I criticize everyone. If I see something that's wrong, I'm going to call it out for being wrong. I know a lot of people who actually play team sports, they don't understand that. They'll never get that. But that's my take. Anyway, I want to thank you for watching. I want to thank you for supporting the channel. And I'll see you next time. Okay. Give me 1 second. Okay. Boogaloo. I don't even know. It says, Boogaloo, are you autistic? He's something. Some flavor. I'm not sure which one. But just some pretty interesting commentary, to say the least. This guy in chat. Very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. But thank you so much for the donation, my friend. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. It definitely helps. Definitely helps. Every bit helps. Does TT want Supreme Chancellor Sheev Palpatine? Do I want them? No. Brother, what are you talking about? Doyle says, I have autism. You know, I believe you. I do. I do believe you. I do believe you have a little bit of the tism, but you know what? Let me do a video. Let's see. Should we do a video on... Should we play some Breath of the Wild? Should we just wrap up the night? Should we do more videos? Let me guys know. All right, guys. All right, if you want me to keep doing videos, you're going to have to donate some money. Guys, you're going to have to donate some money if you want me to keep doing videos. And if you want me to open Pokemon packs, it's going to be $50. And guys... Guys... You're going to have to do $50. Oh my gosh. Oh, man. That's incredible. And the fact that people like DSP are content creators is absolutely wild to me. Let's see. Raging Ricardo. You're just convincing me to tell you to play Pal World more now. Brother, listen. I'm not playing Pal World, okay? I don't know anything about Pal World. I mean, come on. Come on. We need no, we're not playing Pal World, okay? If we play something, we're going to play Breath of the Wild. You know, I just beat the last Divine Beast. Not the last one, but I beat a Divine Beast. I have no counter argument. No. Okay, give me... Oh, man. No! Oh, that's so brutal. That's so brutal. Look at this. Europe. Air conditioning is right-wing fascism that is destroying the planet. Japan. Japan's got air conditioners, which is more than you could say. Japan has air conditioners, and they deck them out to look like anime characters. That is so freaking bizarre. Oh my gosh. Oh man, that is some craziness. That is some absolute craziness. Ilhan Omar celebrates. Ugh. Yeah. Air conditioner in Japan looking like Hatsuki Miku. Yeah, apparently. Whoever Hatsuke Miku. Okay. Let's see. Celebrate. Payment. Hatsuna Miku. Hatsuna? Hatsuna Miku. Okay. Let's see. Let's see what this guy. Who's this guy? Man, that's that's an hour video. We're not watching an hour video from Angry Joe.
Guys, I think Stellar Blade might be cooked, bro. You know, we've looked at the signatures. They got a whole 70. I think it might be over. Might as well call it quits on Stellar Blade Blood Rain. It seems that they've won. The people have spoken, right? Well, that's according to a lot of delusional people over on Twitter right now who have been talking about Stellar Blade, and a lot of the petitions have been going on. And well, yeah, lots of people have been clowning on them. As one post from Yorch has come out recently that has, you know, caused a lot of drama. Saying the petition to protect against the sexualization of childlike characters is well on the way to 100 signatures. Shift Up made a terrible mistake by dividing the Stellar Blade fanbase and replacing Eve with an androgynous, clearly underage character, which, again, that's just not the case at all whatsoever. And
interesting. It's interesting that this has sort of divided some of the people on the chud side of the gaming space. Yeah. You know, the chuds have their disagreements too. Let's see. All right, so should we I'll tell you what. Actually, I want to what I want to do, I want to see Citizen Vigilante is not. Damn. See, is it still? I'm going to try to download it. Give me 1 second. I'm going to try to download it. It may not be possible at this point. Okay. Save video. How big is it? Ooh, it's pretty big. Listen, so I'm just going to tell you guys, I want to watch this movie. I want to watch this movie, Citizen Vigilante. Now, here's the deal. I'm not going to be watching it on YouTube, and I'm not going to be watching it on Twitch. So, I may not actually watch it on Kick either. I am going to do a Rumble exclusive. That's right. A Rumble exclusive. So if you have not subscribed to my Rumble account, I would appreciate if you did. I'd appreciate if you subscribe to the Rumble account. I'm going to put a link in the descriptions. If you could go and subscribe to me on Rumble, I would appreciate it. Because that is where I am going to, that's where I'm going to, do I have to pay for Rumble? No, you do not have to pay for Rumble. You do not have to pay for Rumble at all. I wouldn't suggest it if you had to pay. That's the reality. So Rumble is free, but I want to do an exclusive on Rumble. It's just that on Rumble, I don't have as big of an audience there. So I think we're gonna do it tomorrow. I will let you guys know over on Twitter or X. But I want to watch the movie. So that's what I'd like to do. It'd have to be an exclusive Rumble stream. So maybe I should run a poll. Maybe I should run a poll. Rumble has an app as well. I'm downloading. Actually, I'm not going to run the poll. I just very likely I'm just going to I'm going to watch it tomorrow. So that's what we're going to be doing. So turns out I have a Rumble account and I forgot. Oh, awesome. Very awesome. Yeah. Okay. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start playing some games. It's my way of like sort of winding down the stream, because I understand that a lot of people, they're not the biggest fan of games. At least, my channel has not been built on that primarily, so it's sort of a new thing. Sort of a new thing that I do. Unless I had one more story, I think I can't find it. I think I had one more story, I just can't find it. Okay. Now I think okay, maybe we do one more video. Maybe we do one more video on this. Okay. Maybe not. Okay. Yeah, we'll do it. Brothers, Avatar: The Last Airbender has taken an absolute pounding whenever it comes to live action versions. Also, it's taken a pounding when it comes to The Legend of Korra, and pretty much anything other than the original Avatar: The Last Airbender series. However, in the live action form, there's always something missing. But, and I know this is going to blow some minds of some of you, I want to let you know, the Avatar movie from many years ago that we all shit on, we all laughed at, we all thought was terrible, that movie actually looks pretty good by comparison to what we're seeing today from the new live action Avatar. Now, I'm going to show you something. I'm going to show you two characters from the new live action Avatar. And we've taken the pictures of the characters from the show and we put them side by side just for your viewing pleasure. And that's what we're going to do right here. So, first image. you have this girl here, looks very Chinese-like. And on the right, you have her character in the show. Now, class, can anyone tell me what's wrong here? Could anyone tell me what's wrong? You see, the character on the left looks very thin, has a very narrow face, very angular face. The person on the right, who could be a lovely person, could be a wonderful person, has a head that's the shape of a block. Now, I'm not saying that to be mean. I'm saying that because her head is the shape of a block. The character that she's meant to be playing, she looks nothing like. Now, do you understand why this is a problem? Because in the live action, you already have a tough time because, frankly, the movements of anime are tough to they're tough to emulate. The powers are tough to emulate. You know, with CGI and stuff, everything costs more. But you can usually give it some leeway if the characters look a lot like who they're supposed to be playing. This character does not. Now, let's look at Azula, who is a very, very, very important and very integral character to Avatar: The Last Airbender. Now, there will be some people, like Angry Joe, that come out and make this sort of argument that this is fine, nothing to see here. If she's a good actress, it doesn't matter. Here's the deal. Aesthetics do matter. The way you look matters in these visual mediums. And she looks nothing like the character. She looks nothing like the character. She looks fat, okay? Now, whether she actually is fat or she isn't fat, doesn't matter. She's got the puffy cheeks. She does not look like either of these characters. So, I'm just coming here to be honest because I think that honesty is the only way that you're ever going to recover from the continuous problems that you see plaguing Hollywood, where no one just wants to tell the truth and no one apparently wants to deliver a good and satisfying product to the audience, which should ultimately be the main goal of everything that you do. Everything that you do should be predicated around the fact that you are making a product for the customer. And what does the customer want? They want something that is close to what they remember. If they see something that is jarringly different, they're not going to like it. This is something that is obvious. Everyone knows this, but apparently we have to play these games to spare people's feelings. I didn't choose these girls. I'm not being mean to be mean. I'm talking about this because it is a visual medium, and these people visually do not look like the characters that they're being asked to play. Now, from their point of view, they're getting a role in this and they're making money. I understand why they would take the role, but they look nothing like the characters at all. So you know that you're going to get an inordinate amount of pushback. You know that you're going to get a ton of pushback. You know that you're going to get a lot of, I wouldn't say vitriol, I'd say criticism, because you're presenting something that is so drastically different. And you don't explain why it's different, but you just you expect people to accept it. And a lot of people don't accept it. They just go, wow, this is shit, and they move on. And this ultimately will have no cultural impact on the culture. It'll have no impact on society like Avatar: The Last Airbender did. Now, to be fair, The Legend of Korra did a lot of damage to the Avatar franchise. That entire show was shit. It was shockingly shit. In fact, The Legend of Korra made the career of a very notorious content creator called E::R. Some of you may not have heard that name in a long time, but he did a very, very, very lengthy series going over the whole Legend of Korra and how absolutely atrocious it was. But I'm saying this not to be mean, but because it's a reality. If you want people to like your games, if you want people to like your books, if you want people to like your video games and your television shows, you have to understand the market that you're making something for, and you have to really focus on visuals. Now, again, these two girls could be just wonderful people. They could be the nicest people. It doesn't matter. Because it's not about them. It's about the people that hired them, the reason that they hired them, and the fact that they didn't put more thought and care into how this live action is going to look. Because ultimately, these people who made this didn't make Avatar. So they don't really care. They're just doing their job. For them, this doesn't make a hill beans of difference. But for the fans, it does. And I am a voice for the fans. I am articulating this for people that don't have the ability or don't want to articulate it for themselves. That people do want a more authentic experience. I've said this before, and this has nothing to do with this particularly, but I've said it before. What would audiences like to see in terms of like a superhero movie? Do they want Supergirl? No. They don't want Millie Hancock or whatever her name is. They don't want her. They don't want the story where she is, apparently some whore who's going around and going to, red sun planets so that she can get drunk and get fucked by guys and be an absolute, slag. No. People want like the Justice League animated series or Batman the animated series or Superman the animated series. They want those stories come to life because those are classic and iconic stories. Some of the movies that are there and those animated vaults, they're gold. But nobody wants to take the time and effort to make them into live action, which would print money if it was done well. But every single time it's the same thing over and over and over. Just nobody cares. Nobody puts any passion forward. And in the case of Avatar, you have this great series. Yes, it was damaged by The Legend of Korra. They're trying to come back and revive it with this Avatar series where they're adults, kind of. And I don't know. I haven't heard much about that. But this series had the potential to be good. It's sort of like the HBO Harry Potter. Had all the potential in the world, and then they just kept doing things to ruin it. And ruin it, 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 and ruin it. Black Snape. You guys remember Black Snape? Man, that was funny. They made all these really disgusting, really weird changes that the fans hated. And now no one's even talking about it anymore. Nobody knows when it's coming out. Nobody cares. Because when you fuck up the most basic elements of something like this, nobody trusts you're going to get the rest of it right. So, yeah, I do think that I do think Avatar: The Last Airbender was the last really good series and thing from the Avatar franchise. I know the guys who made it are a bunch of woke freaks, but apparently they were able to contain their weirdness just long enough to make Avatar, the Last Airbender, and then they decided to just lose their mind. But I don't know. I hope they figure it out. These characters look nothing alike. They just do not look anything like the characters, and you want to get something similar. Like look at how round her face is, and look at how angular her face is. She looks nothing like it. Like, if you showed somebody these, like, who do you think this is? Nobody would guess this is Azula. If you said, who is this? Nobody, what is her name? Like, Mai or Faye, or, you know, I think it was Mai or something. Nobody would guess they are who they're portraying. And that's a problem. Both in terms of the outfit, by the way. The outfit doesn't look right. The outfit's wrong. The way they look is wrong. The whole thing is wrong. Why is the whole thing wrong? Why? Why can't you get the fundamental basics right? Anyway, that'll do it. I want to thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. Anyway, all right. Okay, upload this. The Avatar. It's the movie. Okay. I don't know, something tells me, I think Doyle really, really likes Star Wars. That's what I'm guessing. That's what I'm guessing. Oh, no. Oh, no. Come on. Oh, brothers, we're here to talk about Angry Joe. This guy, I mean, holy crap. You thought that the quartering was bipolar. This guy can't make up his mind. On one hand, he's promoting and telling you that you should go out and spend your hard-earned money supporting Supergirl. Then he goes and sees Supergirl, and he gives it a 5 out of 10. And he says, well, maybe it could be a 6 out of 10. Then in the spoilers, he goes, well, actually, it's a 4 out of 10. And then he goes sees before he goes and sees the movie again, which is what we're going to talk about today, and he's giving his vlog and his review about that. He then goes on his Twitter account and starts bashing. He starts bashing all of the people that were right, that are calling it out, that, yeah, Joe, this is ridiculous. You were wrong. Just admit you were wrong. Like, just admit it. But no, he can't admit it. He's too arrogant. He's too egotistical. He refuses to admit he's wrong. Like, he just constantly said the movie was bad and you're still defending it. Like, he's not defending the movie. What Joe is doing, where he was before, we watch what we're going to watch today. Joe didn't like the movie, but he couldn't allow the people that he had attacked to have a quote-unquote win. This is quartering maxing. Angry Joe is quartering maxing. He can't allow the people he doesn't like to win. So while they are correct, irritated Ignacio is coming over here saying, well, I give it a 4 out of 10, but he is constantly doubling down on his takes that were wrong because he can't allow the chuds to win. It says, Joe is so far out of his depth here. The movie was written by a woman with 0 achievements. Like, the Archcast comes out and just lays the smackdown and articulates some of the problems. But Joe, again, is so defensive. They're so defensive. It says Supergirl's final Nino drop was chosen in the last week of editing after trying 45 different songs. He chose wrong. It's the worst Nino drop that I can remember, like ever. But here we got Joe coming out. It says, Angry Joe, nuance is dead. It's all a grift. Yeah, it's all a grift, guys. Everything I don't like is a grift. But Joe, no, Joe shilling for the movie, no, that's perfectly fine. Everything's a grift if you are a retard and you take things out of context and you put two unrelated things together. It's exactly. It's frustrating. And I know I'm being stupid, but I always want to help my fellow bro. Shut the fuck up. Joe, you've been hitting the bottle again. And this is it. This is the, the trailer, the thumbnail. Top reasons I hated the Supergirl film. Well, you didn't hate it a day ago, but apparently you do now. And we're going to see why. You could have done this video in the first place, by the way, Joe. But instead you gave it a 5 or 6 out of 10.
I'm in the I'm in the black super suit today because unfortunately I went and saw Supergirl second time, this time with the family over the weekend, and while they enjoyed it mostly as a fun popcorn flick, they actually agreed with me on the ending. They done fucked it up, guys. They done fucked it up. I even talked with people that were walking out of the film afterwards. A guy had recognized me and I got his opinion, and it's much the same. They messed it up. And so upon second viewing, let's just get this right out of the way. On second viewing, did you like it much better, Joe? Did you change your opinion? You're going to watch it 6 more times and the score going to go up? No. I liked Superman because it had a fucking good message. It executed on that message, and it did it right. At the end, he's smiling. He's got a wonderful, he realizes he has a wonderful set of parents this whole time. And as he takes in all of his, vacation videos and moments with his family, it's really what makes him a good person. And even though I thought some of it was cringe and too fast paced with the Roblox speed and the Minecraft editing, it's a Superman for a new generation that gets all the messaging right and what it is to be a good person and to be a symbol of hope for others. And
yeah, I mean, I wasn't a huge fan of it, but you know what? It wasn't the worst thing in the world. And we got the first depiction of Guy Gardner, so I mean that was fun. Yeah, I like Henry Cavill's Superman much better, personally.
And to be this big goofy, and yes, Superman is goofy. If you can't handle a little cringe or a little goofiness in your Superman, then you're not really, I mean, Superman's not for you. You might want to try Batman. But, so whereas Superman, and then by the end, even songs, punk rock songs that I don't like, I end up loving because I'm a punk rocker. Yes, I am. But it's not saying that line. It's saying that's the kind of good person that he is. He's become a full circle, a real, kind of a character arc, a realization of his goodness. None of that, none of it is in Supergirl. In fact, upon second viewing, I thought it was worse.
Yeah?
I took notes this time in the theater.
So, basically, guys, let me break this down for you. The chuds were right. Let me repeat that. The chuds were right. Nerdrotic was right. Disparu was right. Geeks and Gamers, they were right. Tactical Templar, was right. Everyone was right except for Joe. And instead of just admitting it, he goes, Well, I had to see it again to understand what everyone got the first time. That it was shit. That it was bad. This guy gave it a 5 or 6 out of 10, then a 4. Now who knows what he's going to give it? Joe, you have one job to do. One job. And that is to review movies, review games, and give people an accurate score based on what you've seen. But you seem to not be able to make up your mind. And you also seem to want to attack people for no reason. Sort of like the quartering did. And double and triple down, make all these problems, not really substantiate any of it, and then when you're proven wrong, not have the testicular fortitude to apologize and admit that it was your mistake, and you got irrationally angry because you are grumpy. You are grumpy Geraldo. Why don't you just admit you made a mistake? You fucked it up. You came out with an absolutely indefensible take. You became irate Ignacio, and it was a huge, huge, huge L. Everyone was ragging on you, but your ego couldn't take it, so you got to try to find all these different convoluted ways to avoid taking accountability, when it would have been just easier to say, guys, look, I was passionate about this, but I was absolutely wrong. Turns out, you guys were right. I'll take the L on this one. That's it. People would have shown you way more charity than they are now.
Sat in the back, had my phone under. I didn't bother anybody, but it was worse. And I've got individual scenes that really bothered me. But it all comes down to bad writing and a misunderstanding of the Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow comic. Let me get it. When you adapt something, you're not supposed to make it worse. There's a reason why this is one of the best-selling.
Joe, here's something that